and in which we need to be resilient. So this was quite interesting, and it gave a twist to our original planning. But it meant that we could develop 2 different rounds of piloting the mobility scheme. So we designed 30 exchanges in total. We had first a group of 10, which did online exchanges only, which kind of almost bred a new form, we saw as a new form of mobility, which is a hybrid form of mobility. So they were practicing locally and exchanging information skills online. And then when we were able to, we opened to physical exchange as well. So we had a second round in which we had 5 online and 15 exchanging physically. So as part of all of these, we designed the pilot scheme to kind of reflect the findings that Davide talked about. And we enabled different kinds and formats of approach to the pilot scheme. So you could apply either as individuals, as an individual and a hub, or as 2 creative hubs or spaces. Everybody who participated, each of the groups, received a stipend for their participation, which they could use for travel or materials and equipment. And each of the exchanges were asked to host a final event in order to disseminate and diffuse their experiences. So I'm going to give just an outline of 3 of the experiences that we had, 3 of the different kinds of exchanges, in order to show some of the kinds of things which were experienced. And then later on we have a session in the next parallel sessions where we will hear from some of the makers who were involved. So quickly, just to show the kind of diversity in the applications, we had, obviously, as Davide talked about, we tried to include a wide range of countries in the applications that came. We also made an effort with our jury to understand, and in the selection process, to understand a balance in between male and female participants. And of course, we also wanted to ensure we had a split between the different formats. So we had maker and maker, maker and hub, and then hub and hub. So the first experience that I wanted to bring was one by Camilo and Andre from Fab Lab Benfica. So this was one in which the idea of the hybrid exchange kind of really came through strongly. We had Camilo, who was in the Czech Republic, and we had Andre, who was in Lisbon, in Portugal. And Andre was working with the Fab Lab in Benfica, and Camilo provided a workshop online to the students who were practicing physically in the space in Fab Lab Benfica. So this meant that Camilo could exchange skills at distance and his knowledge with the students who were practicing locally in their own space. So this one was undertaken during COVID. It was in our first round, and it really shows the way in which this kind of exchange in which makers are sharing the skills and knowledge can really impact locally with a community. Secondly, this is one of our physical exchanges that happened once borders opened and our applicants could actually travel. So this was one that was undertaken by a project called Rural Hackers and a co-working space in Galicia. So they traveled to this small remote community and developed a co-design project with the community to help them to develop a hardware and software system to track water usage in their town. So this is really interesting if we look at the way in which these kinds of mobility schemes can be able to enact and really engage with remote communities, bringing skills, bringing knowledge and connecting them on a wider scale. And this was really, really successful, and the team also uploaded everything to GitHub. Everything is open source, so as well as the one before, so that you can actually access this and then participate and learn from this project by the Rural Hackers. And they're continuing this project, also thanks to the work that they did inside the hyperlocal, hyperglobal exchange. Finally, I wanted to bring this one, which is by Joanna and Lotto Zero, and I know that Tessa is also here, so she was also involved in this project. This one is interesting. It bridges kind of the traditional crafts approach that makers are often involved with a digital layer. So this project enabled Joanna to learn different varieties of skills online and then practice those skills digitally in person in her studio. So this was a really interesting approach because it also was focused around really looking at sustainability as a driver of this research. So we see an exchange of skills, we see the ability to focus really well and really neatly on these kinds of pressing issues that we are looking to do as makers. We're looking to have this impact in the world. So I think this is a really nice one, and it also is a really great example of how the maker movement is really bridging crafts, traditional crafts, with the digital space. Finally, I just wanted to bring a couple of feedbacks from these makers, and also another one which was in Greece with Habibi Works, just to show a little bit the kind of feedback we got from the makers. And it is really based on what LaVallee was saying before, which is about, you know, this connection to developing skills, this connection to having impact. And as the guys from the Rural Hackers Project say, they talk about how they can support projects in rural areas and how their work can actually deliver to rural areas through this kind of hybridization and the ability to travel as well through Makersxchange. And then I wanted to bring this really nice one on your right, which is from another project which was by Habibi Works, which again brought together digital crafts and traditional clay making skills. And they really talked about this idea of the direct benefits which are linked to this kind of exchange. So not just the exchange that happens in person, but also the ongoing and knock-on effects which can occur into the communities when we have makers travelling and engaging in person with communities. So I think this is it. Back to you, David.
Thank you. So in light of all this, Max came up with a series of recommendations summarized here in 10 points. And I think this is one of the main, the most important takeaways of the whole Max experience, because it really summarizes every action we took. So very quickly, let's go through it. The first point is consider co-designing your open calls. So of course, makers are the first ones knowing their needs and their expectations regarding mobility, so involving them in the design process of a mobility scheme is vital. The second point is target a diverse group of participants. So as we said, makers by definition are cross-sectoral, so we need to make sure that the participants represent the diversity of the industry. Then open to minority groups to pursue an inclusive program. Facilitate participation. In fact, the bureaucratic humdrum is very often a barrier of participation for makers, so minimizing that would allow a bigger participation. Make it last. In fact, very often makers complain for the fact that the duration of mobility is not long enough to finalize a very complex project that often consists in prototyping, experimenting, and this requires time. Point 6 is going hybrid. We experimented this, of course, during the pandemic, and this format is very useful also for the pre and after phase of an exchange, but I'm gonna discuss this later on. Point 7 is consider a broad financial coverage. So the travel cost is the staple, is the basic aspect of a mobility, but of course there are many other aspects like visa support, family support in case a maker wants to travel with a family along. Then we have monitor and evaluate. This is very important to keep track of the participants' experience, to collect their feedback in order to reiterate a new round of mobility improved. Set up an open repository. In fact, makers always work, they embrace the open source culture. They share the outcomes of their projects, and so it's important to implement this also in every mobility scheme. And finally, connect with an international platform to elevate the Makers Mobility Scheme visibility and to offer new possibilities for the participants. So In conclusion, I want to give just a few clarifications. Firstly, as I mentioned before, we plan to upgrade the search mobility tool. Now it's accessible on the Makersxchange website, where you can see this interactive list of opportunities of mobility. It's interactive because people can actively add new opportunities, but we want this tool to exist beyond Max. So we plan to incorporate this tool into the Creatives Unite platform, which will exist beyond Max. And then I think it's worth mentioning how an EU-funded program like Max needs to be flexible enough to adapt and react to urgency situations. We faced several in the last couple of years, and I think it's really important to reflect together on how we can come up with different solutions to face these situations, which will happen again in the future probably. So the first urgency we had to face, of course, is the COVID-19 pandemic, and this outbreak was a big obstacle for international mobility. So Max found some solutions. We created an online and hybrid format of mobility. This turned out being quite a valid alternative to physical mobility, and what we learned is that the hybrid format can exist also beyond the pandemic. In fact, offering a hybrid format allows participants to exchange before the physical exchange, so that there's a preparatory phase, but also after, to follow up the next steps of the project. We also collected some suggestions from the participants of our mobility. They suggested vaccination and testing coverage, longer stays for fewer people, local travels and exchanges instead of international ones. So this shows how makers themselves embody the flexibility needed to face these situations, because makers live in this liminal situation, and so by nature they need to be flexible and resourceful. So this is a richness for us. Now I want to invite Andrei from ECHN to introduce another strategy we implemented within ECHN.
Thank you for the beautiful presentation, David and Kate. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, again. Yes, I wanted to, following the Makersxchange final results presentation, I wanted, and I'm happy to announce the special mobility program, which is designed for Ukrainian displaced creatives who were displaced by the war. This program is specially designed to provide the professional help and to help to go on with the professional development and going on with working already for those people who are already in Europe. 27 Ukrainian artists and creatives will be provided with the assistance of 1,000 euros, and as well as facilities from Hub's network with the development of skills, with promotion, and of course networking. So actually that's it. Officially open call starts the next Monday on the 13th of June. Feel free to share this information. Thank you.
Thank you. So as you see, we have some important takeaways from the Max project. If you are planning to set up a mobility scheme for makers, keep all these into consideration. And thank you all.
So thank you very much. It's been a great session. And going forward, I would like to invite on stage Theo Anagnostopoulos, He's the mastermind behind Psycho, Science and Communication. It's an amazing initiative. We have been following what he's been doing for the last many years, popularizing science and changing completely education. But Theo, maybe you can sit or stand. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks very much for the invitation, Vasilis. First thing, while I ask you to stand up for 30 seconds because you've been sitting for 45, so you're going to be listening to me for another 30, you can move around a little bit. Would you like to adjust the camera, or is it fine? Okay, because it's probably taking me from the neck. Okay. Great. So my talk. Actually, you can sit down. I forgot. Yes. Yeah. I mean, all of you. Anyway, my talk sounds quite specific when we're talking about creativity, but I would like you to see it as a case study that hopefully you might find some of the elements we have discussed so far in there, and. It starts with a narration about my personal journey for the first 5 minutes. Don't think I'm going to be talking about myself all the time. It's just to show you how we ended up doing this. And then we get into the keywords that we would like to discuss about. About 15 years ago, I was on this train. It's called the Shinkansen train. It used to be the fastest train on Earth. It's in Japan. And it goes with 310 kilometers an hour. And I thought, while I was at the time, I was studying I was doing my postdoc in molecular genetics. And I thought that my career resembled a little bit this train journey because it was going really fast and I didn't know where exactly I was going to stop. I had been doing all those things, all those studies for many years. You see, I'm coming from a background in Athens, Greece, where in the late 80s, there was a perception that all the good pupils had to either study medicine or law or, I don't know, economics, maybe, full stop. And I was a good student, so there was this peer pressure that I had to do one of those things at a time, and I did, and I was studying and doing well, I was getting great marks. But then I reached a point while on this train, and I thought, where on earth am I going, and am I happy with what I'm doing? You see, when you assess yourself about how well you're doing into something, you can feel sometimes that you've reached an ending point. And I would, while doing research in genetics, probably my professors would give me a 9 out of 10, but I would give myself a 7 out of 10 because I knew that was the end of it. I needed to do something else. I thought it had to be something more creative. So while at a party around that time, somebody asked me, okay, Theo, you've spent all this time on this work. Can you tell me what is your PhD about? And I said, oh, it's easy. I'm studying the DNA variation on the human XQ22. And they didn't ask anything else. That was the end of the conversation. So I thought perhaps I hadn't conveyed exactly what I wanted to tell them in simple words. And you know what? The Wellcome Trust that was funding this PhD had put about £500,000 on this research. So it had to be important. It's just that I hadn't had the means, hadn't been trained how to communicate science in a simple way. And it was a rather important research because I was studying genetic disease and how variation between populations is very important about the study of disease genes. And then I reached the point, after all this, that I thought, okay, I'm really fed up with scientific research. I'm going to do something completely different. And at the age of 33, I had a second puberty. And I thought, I'm going to do everything else other than science. I don't want to see science again in my life. So I thought, okay, let's do this. I've always wanted to become an entrepreneur. I'm going to set up a ship brokering company. This is it. This is what I want to do. We did set up a ship brokering company. It probably has the world's best record in making zero revenue in 9 months. When we actually closed it, it didn't, you know, it was pretty bad. Then okay, I'll do something else. I was invited to become the best man of a good friend, a Greek friend who married a Dutch girl. So, you know, in those kind of weddings, you get to do a best man's talk, and I did one. And it went relatively well. I mean, the 10 people laughed. There were about 200 there, and I thought, okay, this is it. I'm going to become a stand-up comedian. This is what I want to do. I have a great sense of humor. It has to be used somehow. So I did a show, 6 shows actually, and then, you know, everybody was laughing, all 4 of the attendees each time. So I thought this is not a career path. And then I knew that traveling is education. I've always knew that. So I thought, this is it, I'm going to travel. I had always been traveling, and then I got a camera together with the crew, and we did a journey from Athens to Beijing, only that we drove from Athens to Beijing. It took us 35 days. Anyway, basically, I was just looking for what I wanted to do. And going back to that party, all this, it took about a year, and it matured into my head. Of course, I was on a shoestring. I didn't have any budget for this. So all this that I'm talking about, it was done on very low budget. And then the opportunity arose. I attended a competition of science communication organized by the British Council called FameLab. We had 3 minutes to talk about our scientific topic in simple words. I got into that competition. I did relatively well. I reached the finals. I didn't win at the finals, but this was an opening door for me. I could see that by doing this as a career path, there was an avenue for creativity, an avenue for communication, perhaps for social entrepreneurship, and also I could use my background in science. Hence, I set up a team of people that we started by doing shows, theatrical shows. We were all scientists at the time, and we wrote shows that were 60 minutes in length, explaining topics such as the environmental science, the science of Christmas, as in with regards to all the customs around Christmas, like how can the Santa Claus travel around the world and deliver the presents in one night? How is this possible? But only if he moves with the speed of light. And then you were explaining the theory of relativity in little kids, well, not so little, about the age of 12. But of course, the main element was comedy, because comedy is the most serious form of communication. And this went pretty well. And after this, I co-founded Psycho, which I know what it sounds like, but it's... yeah. But it's for science communication. And the motto was to make science simple. So for several years, in fact, for most years of Psycho's life, which is about 13 years old, we had to explain why it's so important to communicate science. Because some relatively well-known people doubt scientific facts. And we really had to convince, because all the time, people were saying, "Oh, Theo, you're communicating science. It's such a nice thing to do." By the way, yeah, this is the Flat Earth Conference. I have just checked. It's open again if anybody wants to go this November. There are tickets. So we had to explain all these things, and as I said earlier, it was always nice to have. Until one day, COVID came. And then, with all the tragedy that arose from the pandemic, this was the major boost for science engagement and science communication. It was something unprecedented, because all of a sudden, everybody turned to scientists. And scientists became the superheroes, as you can read here in the New York Times in April 2020. So all of a sudden, our work became important. And we didn't have to explain anymore why we're doing what we're doing. How do we operate? Well, there's two main pillars. One is awareness, and the second one is empowerment. These are logos from some of the 200 projects that we've run over the last 13 years. So I will talk about each pillar separately, and all the projects that I'm presenting here are just examples that hopefully you might relate to some of them, and you might want to use some of the concepts behind them. Okay, one basic technique to create awareness is to do an event. Okay, we founded the science festivals in Greece and in Cyprus. These are pretty big events. They have up to 30,000 visitors in a week. So they're very popular, and I'm sure you've been in one of them. There's all kinds of interactivity in them. Shows, debates, talks, music, everything, okay? It's a multi-factorial, multi-disciplined platform, which works very well. And we've been doing them, as I said, every year in all those cities around Greece, as you can see on the map. Now, okay, before I move on to the second slide, when you want to do an awareness campaign in any industry, in any academic discipline, you need to be aware of one thing. Who attends those events that you're doing? Do you know who attends them? People who are already interested in those events. And this is data from several science festivals. Who visits the Imperial College Festival, Science Festival? Well, mostly people who are already pro-science. So if you wanted to do a campaign about climate change or about pro-vaccination or something like that, then perhaps this is not the right platform because you're preaching to the converted. So how do you target the other people? How do you target the untargeted? Well, we came up with a concept that we call it guerrilla science. And basically, we go to metro stations, train stations, bus stops, airports, even malls, and we're meeting the crowds in places that they wouldn't normally expect to be preached or talked about science. And we've been doing this with this project called Mind the Lab, which is after the name Mind the Gap. And you can use this for all sort of creative topics you would like to talk about, from art installations to interactive STEM programs. Of course, this platform, Mind the Lab, is not going to change the world because you only have 2 to 3 minutes, and it really depends on how trained this scientist or this player is, how trained is to interact and be catchy with the audience. Okay, so within those 3 minutes, all you can achieve is basically refer those people to something else, to a book, to a reference, to go back home and seek something scientific online. Okay, it's a teaser. Now, another way to target this in a more digital format is by using the power of influencers. And we set up this show that we call it Celebrity Science. It's on YouTube. It's going pretty well, actually. We invite a scientist together with a celebrity with impact on social media, and we do this game which is called Celebrity Science. It's like a Trivial Pursuit game. It's a knowledge game. Of course, it relies on comedy again. And here you see me moderating this panel where we have a Greek influencer on YouTube, Makersxchange. He has about 300,000 subscribers, together with a scientist, an astronaut from NASA. And this is filmed and it's on YouTube. This particular episode has about 250,000 views, and it's all organic. And there's episodes that have about 400,000 views, again organic. And this is a major achievement, coming from no budget on something like this. It really does make a change when something is organic or not. The second pillar that I mentioned, empowerment. One thing is to upskill. And who do you upskill? Well, mostly we upskill the trainers. We find this is a much more, it has a multiplier effect, because you empower one science teacher to do their work in a biomatic way, in an interactive way. Your funding finishes, but they're upskilled. They can do it for life. So even if you don't have any more money to pay them, they continue. So I'll show you some projects on this area. Okay, this is a 5-year so far project that we've been doing together with the Vodafone Foundation, and we've been going to all the remote areas in Greece. We empower the teachers, and basically, what does empowerment mean? I learned science, I learned physics when the physics teacher was drawing oscillation on a blackboard with a chalk. But if the STEM educator relates that oscillation with a bridge that is moving while you're stepping on it, then it makes much more sense. It connects to real life, and students never forget about this. So this is what we're talking about, to actually connect science to real life examples. And here you can see the remote areas that we've been to so far, doing those STEM labs, and since January this year, we started doing it in Albania as well, all around the country. In fact, it was probably one of our highlights, the fact that this started as a corporate social responsibility project for Vodafone, Greece and Albania, and it became the marketing campaign. And this is important when a large corporation adopts a project which empowers people in STEM or STEAM as a marketing campaign. So far, 610 projects have been made, and you can see some examples here. One example is this kid with the goggles. He made them for his blind grandmother. They have sensors, and they can detect objects up to the knee level, so they bleep to the ear of the grandmother. Then you can see a drone that was made by a team of students in the remote island of Kalymnos, which is a pharmacy drone. And because it's not very accessible to drive to all the areas of the island, they can just use the mobile phone and call the drone to bring the medicines wherever they are within minutes. All the project, and also there's another one with a glove they made for people who have a speech impediment, and it converts the movement of the hands into text. So these are projects that are not going to go to the market. Perhaps they exist already. However, this is not the point. The point is that you go to remote communities, you engage the teachers, the students, and their families. You cultivate creative thinking, problem solving, teamwork, and then you create systemic change. Now, regarding community engagement, to go a little bit deeper, this is one of our favorite projects. There is an area in northeastern Greece, which is in the borders of Greece and Bulgaria, called the Pomaks. The Pomaks is a population of Slavic origin. However, the ones that live in Greece are Greeks for the last 100 years. They have their own language, their own religion, and they live in a very mountainous area. So they are geographically, but also culturally isolated. As a result, the teenagers, the boys, hardly ever finish school, and they go to do all kind of dirty jobs in Europe, jobs that, other people wouldn't do. They work in factories, they work in toxic kind of environments. and the girls, if you judge by the fact that in the so-called high schools of second opportunity, which are attended by girls who are on average age about 30 years old, most of them, they have kids who are 15 or 16 years old. So basically, those ladies, they left school when they were 12, and 2 years later, they had kids. So in order to try and connect this community together with the rest of Greece and the areas, we basically empowered again the science teachers, and we brought those kids together with the kids from the surrounding cities, so they started working together in workshops on environmental science. And as a result, we're using science empowerment as a language for cultural bridging. And this was given an award by National Geographic, and it's still running, so we should have a documentary by the end of September. This is a Poma girl going to school. Okay. Now, I'll switch to a different project. You might be familiar with the term citizen science. It's one of the most engaging ways to get the citizens on board a scientific project. Citizen science, you basically recruit volunteers to become data collectors in your project. I will show you again another example from some remote island again. You all know of the island of Santorini. However, right next to it, there's a tiny little island called Thirasia. This has probably about 150 inhabitants, and the school has about 20 kids. This is one of the areas where we went, and basically we helped the kids make an application, a mobile app, which maps all the paths, all the trails that you can use in order to walk around the island. And together, the citizens of the island participate into adding all the important points of the island, or all the monuments of the island, and they add the narratives around them. So there is a church, and there's a story around this church. The local citizen, the local priest, the local whoever will get on the app and write a story matching that particular church. In this example, you have community engagement again, together with a scientific project. Now, another topic you can use STEM for. This is a project called STEM for Equality, and basically it has to do with the battle that we're trying to do with women in science, and we decided to hit at a very early age. And this program is running in kindergartens. So we go to kindergartens and we're trying to break this perception that girls are playing with dolls and boys are playing with trains. So we make them all engineers. The aim is not to actually create an army of engineers at the age of 18, but to cultivate a scientific way of thinking, a rational way of thinking, a problem-solving way of thinking. Now, getting on to STEAM, I have a couple of examples too. One is very recent. We actually initiated it 3 days ago, again on one of the islands. This is a program that we just launched on circular economy. And here you can see the project that the pupils made. It's a greenhouse which is smart and sustainable. They've used a lot of the bottles that the island uses to drink water, so they're reusing the bottles, but also we taught them how to code, and they've put on a lot of sensors that they measure humidity of the ground, of the soil, humidity of the air, and temperature. As a result, they're using the water which is coming from all the air conditioning units of the school, and when the humidity sensor of the soil says, okay, we have low water, then it automatically initiates watering the plants. It also has a solar panel, of course, and there is a combust device right next to it as well. So, in a sense, we taught all the basic elements, some of the basic elements of circular economy on a project. Now, this is a STEAM project. I'm getting there if you're getting tired. I only have another 4 or 5 minutes. This is a STEAM project. These girls, rather than go and create solar panels in order to collect the energy, they thought, how about if we do it in a more natural way, in a more artistic way? And they 3D printed this tree, and then each one of the leaves of this tree is a little solar panel. This was one of the winners at a great competition in the US. And I think it's an amazing project because it combines artwork together with science. You see, there is this new trend you will see in a lot of exhibitions, all this AI-generated science and arts imaging. And as we will discuss later, this new trend has also arisen because all these things, especially the visual stuff, it's much more easy to comprehend, but also it's so much more Instagrammable. Okay, this is my final slot. How many uses of a paperclip can a 5-year-old kid find? 30? Anybody else? Well, it's 153 on average. How about a 10-year-old? It's about half of that. This is an actual study which took place in the late 60s. And how about an adult? It's about 1, 2, 3. So kids use it as a soldier to play, as a clip for the shirt, and so many different things they can use it for. So what happens is that as we grow older, our creativity declines. And why does this happen? It happens because, I call it, because of the social software that we input into the babies. All the babies are born scientists. They're the best scientists. They use all of their 5 senses in order to experiment and do things. But and then the older they grow, we tell them, oh, don't do that. Oh, you should do this way. And then creativity diminishes as we grow older. So there's many ways to talk about and maintain creativity to some degree. I'm not going to give the answers here because we have a panel to discuss later on. Thank you.
So, Theo, thank you very much. It has been, I hope, really inspiring. As I said earlier on, we have been following through what Psycho has been doing for the last year, and we wanted to show you their activities because I think STEAM education is not that developed, and I think we can get inspired and see the ways that we can incorporate arts into education and how we can penetrate into the curricula, but also how we can find funding. And maybe also in the next sessions you will discuss such things, but also I should tell you that most of these activities are funded by the private sector. This is one thing that wasn't kind of clear, I think, and it's really important. So it's really crazy that a company like Psycho is thriving and it's financed by the private sector. And that's why I thought it's really important to share how they function and what they do. Thank you very much. We will go on a short break, and right after, we will have our 2 parallel sessions, which will happen in this room and the room in front of us. So be right back shortly. Thank you very much.
Or are you going to pass around to the know?
Would you rather pass the microphone around or have one in your side? Yeah, leave it.
I'll leave it here. Listo.
You guys tell me.
So, because this is also an open discussion, it's okay. If you want also to move closer, that would be great. I mean, so you can even freely move your chairs a bit to the front. So we are a bit closer together, or get to the front rows. That would be fantastic, so that we can enable also participation.
Before you go, how much time do we have? So just keep track.
We have an hour.
We can go until 2? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm already right.
That's good.
Hi everyone, I hope you can all hear me. This session is going to be on interconnecting arts and creativity with education. I'm going to present myself, and I'm going to ask my colleagues to do the same. I'm André Forte, I work at UPTech. UPTech, for those who don't know it, you can see our logo somewhere in here, so keep your eyes open for that. But to keep it short, we are the University of Porto Science and Parks for Technology. We incubate companies who are working within the sectors of arts, sciences, and technology. It's in the name, so it's pretty easy to remember. We work mainly as an incubator, so we support companies and entrepreneurs, but we also do knowledge sharing programs where we train people who are not entrepreneurs, for instance, researchers, to support them from going to the lab, to the markets. And we also do these kinds of programs with other institutions that are not exactly connected with the University of Porto. So this is the kind of the elevator pitch. Obviously, if you find me around, please ask me a little bit more. Now I'm going to pass not the microphone, but David Crombie from HQ, University of Arts of Utrecht.
Yes, I'm David Crombie. Can you hear me? Is that okay? Yes. From the University of the Arts in Utrecht, in the Netherlands. We are a relatively new University of the Arts. We were set up in 1987. And it was essentially bringing together all the different creative schools in the area. So we cover pretty much all the different disciplines, from fine arts to applied game design to music technology. We have a conservatory, although the conservatory is in a different building from the music technology people. Very different building, very different people. So we cover all sorts of things. We have different schools, and always have. One of which, for example, is the School of Art and Economics. So we've always had a particular focus on key themes, and that one has actually over the years proved to be extremely useful. We have a number of courses and parts of the curricula which are common for all students, and that's something that we've been developing for, I would say, at least 15 years. With some success, but not always, shall we say, because we do try to cover all these different areas. But that's basically where we are. We're the largest art school in the Netherlands. There are another 4 or 5 which focus on particular areas. For example, the Design Academy, which is a separate thing. Yeah, that's us.
Just before we move on to Dubravka, what's your role within the institution? I think it's important to make it clear.
Yes, I'm in charge of looking at the European perspective and in a little bit trying to make sure that we align with developments at a European level in terms of policy and in terms of research and innovation. And we try to translate some of these policy initiatives into the way in which the organization works. Yeah.
Thank you. Dubravka?
Yes, hello. My name is Dubravka Jurisic. It's really a pleasure to be here with all of you today. I work as a project manager for Creative Flip project. I work for the Goethe Institute in Brussels, who is the lead partner, and we are implementing the project together with our 5 partners, including the European Creative Hubs network. So thanks again for the invite to be here. The Creative Flip project started already in 2019, so we've been running for several years now, and it first started off as a pilot project of the European Parliament and is now in the second stage as a preparatory action. And FLIP actually is an acronym for Finance, Learning, Innovation and Patenting. The objective of the project is to support in general the ecosystem of the CCI in these 4 key areas. So we could say that the potential of the CCI could be better used and explored by improving, let's say, the key the ecosystem as a whole and the key underlying factors. Well, just to name a few of the activities, so in the field of finance, we work on promoting access to finance for cultural and creative industries, but we also look at, in general, the resilience of the cultural and creative sector and the transformation power of culture. We look at skills and how ESCO, which is an EU tool for skills and qualifications and occupations, can better be adapted to help better serve the cultural and creative sector. In the field of innovation, I will talk more today about this. We work with the creative hubs mostly, but also in general with education, with piloting projects to, let's say, better exchange and between, let's say, creative hubs, or to improve cooperation between education and culture. And finally, we also look at intellectual property.
We already know what you do and what is Cycle.
Do I have another 40 minutes?
No. We have 2 minutes now.
Is anybody who wasn't here in the presentation earlier? Hi, it's a pity. I'll do it again. Okay, I'm Theo Anagnostopoulos. I'm a social entrepreneur. The organization I've co-founded focuses on creativity in science engagement. Unfortunately, we don't belong to this network of the creative hubs, but nobody's perfect. Anyway, I'm here to discuss and share my view on the topics we'll discuss. Thank you.
And thank you for joining us. I will start with a round of questions for each and every one of you, then I'll open up the questions for everyone in the panel, and then if you want to join in with some of your questions, and we do have time to do it, please, I invite you to do so. So David, starting with you, given your experience working in the field, do you feel that the creative industries are going through the same skills revolution that the other sectors are currently going through in terms of digitalization and so forth?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would say that over the last 20, 25 years, all of us, every single human being on the planet, has had to rethink their relationship with technology and technological processes. In a sense, we are all hugely immersed within technological infrastructures. And we have what you might call, not what we might call, we have context-aware technology, and we have a lot of it, and we all use it. What we don't have are necessarily context-aware people. And that's part of the challenge. On the one hand, we have enormously pervasive, immersive frameworks, but very few of us as individuals can locate our own place and our own space, and more importantly, our own agency within these infrastructures. And I think that's a challenge that we all face, but I think from the perspective of the arts, I think that's a slightly different perspective from some other perspectives, and this is also reflected in right away down into our education. And what I see at the moment is a shift away. Of course, we are all very involved with using technology for making things, for products, for services. But there's a shift away from technology as a service and a product towards social technological systems, and trying to understand how they operate and how we can navigate through them. And I think the skill sets that will enable this are yet to be developed. So that's something that hasn't really been wholly addressed. And I think we also see that at a European level. I've been doing a European project for 25 years, and I say the first 20 years, there was no social science, humanities, arts perspective to speak of. It was entirely technology driven. And I think that there's now a reaction to that. So instead of technology driven, we have had a period of design driven. And I think the next stage is even more interesting in the projects that are coming up, where we will see the role of the arts, the humanities, social sciences getting far more recognition, not just at a policy level, but actually right the way down into embedding this knowledge and understanding within curricula. So, long answer.
But to go a little bit further into what you guys are doing at HKU and at the University of Arts at Utrecht, are you addressing these specific challenges in any way? I know that you brought some slides to share with us, so maybe, I don't know if this is the right cue to...
Yeah, why not? This slide here is from a new project, which will begin in the autumn, and it's called Cyanotypes, which is possibly the worst ever name for a project. It was a great name for a proposal, but it's a terrible name, because how do you brand cyanotypes? I mean, cyanotypes refers to the process of making a blueprint, and it comes from the arts, many in the 19th century. And the project is a blueprint project, and this is a template that the Commission uses for different industrial sectors to look and re-examine their skills base. For the first time ever, now that the creative sector is being recognized as an industrial sector, we were able to apply for this type of project. So it's basically a blueprint for creative skills. That's the project. And as I say, we aim to begin in September, and we're going to address a number of different skills areas. So the most important thing to say here is, on the one hand, we have to assess where are the skills gaps, where do we need to upskill, where do we need to reskill. And there are many studies, a lot of research has been done, and it is being done, it's ongoing, on this area. But we're particularly interested in anticipating future skill sets. And one of the things at HKU that we do, and we're very conscious of it, that we're essentially educating a lot of our students for jobs that don't yet exist. And that's a challenge from a pedagogical point of view. So how can you educate students not knowing where they will end up? In many schools of the arts across Europe, and institutes of the arts across Europe, not everybody ends up working within the cultural and creative sector. A lot of people don't. So they also need skill sets to survive in the future, maybe going in and out of our sector, as well as specific skill sets for specific subsectors. So what we're trying to do is to come up with an approach, framework, which allows us to build new blended skill sets, so new hybrid sets of competencies that can be curricularized at different levels. And this is not simply something for higher education, it is also very importantly something for vocational education and training. So in the European terms, that means in the European qualification framework from 3 to 8. So that's all the way through vocational and higher education. So that's quite a challenge in itself, because these things have to be, the content has to be created, we have to think about the delivery mechanisms. How do you deliver this content at different levels to different types of institutions and different, more importantly, different locations for learning? So this is not something that's simply for educational institutions, but it is also for the workplace. And also there are initiatives such as micro-learning micro-credentials, which means that in the future, perhaps, people will be able to pick and choose which credentials to pick up from which places. So in other words, to take a little bit of something from one place, from another place, and bring it together and actually have a formal qualification. So that's quite radical, especially for knowledge institutes, because universities love doing research except on themselves, because they don't like that. So there are significant challenges to overcome this. But some of the themes that you can see there, I won't go through them all, but these are the main themes that we're hoping to address over the next 4 years. And we're also hoping to engage all of you in this process, because we need to understand what is missing, what are the gaps, and where do you see the potential for us to make a change, to make a difference. So that's what we're doing, and it is very practical. As I say, it goes right the way down to the curriculum, to the modular level in what we're doing. Yeah.
I had a question, but given what you were saying, I'm going to change it a little bit to a provocation, because I kind of have the sense that education in the CCIs, sometimes it lacks the perspective of employment, you know, so it's too much about raising artists, and sometimes they don't think about generating a possible career for the students. I don't know if you agree with this or not, but in what you are doing at HKU, do you have a sense that is this deemed to change in the future? Is what you're doing currently part of that change?
I would say it is part of the change. HKU itself is a little bit unusual because 85% of our graduates actually end up working in the CCI sector, but that's not the case in many other institutions. And also, as I said, we're a relatively new school, and the relationship between, let's say, the academy and industry for us is very, very important, but it is also enormously challenging, and we know ourselves there is still a huge gap between the skill sets that we're educating the students with and what's actually demanded or requested or sought in the work field. And this is the case across all of Europe. And in different sectors, it will be expressed in different ways, but there is absolutely a mismatch at the moment. Many employers are not finding students with the skill sets that they need for their business. But not all of our students will go into an existing business. We encourage actually a great deal students to start their own businesses, and the entire, the whole flexible startup culture is very much ingrained in our curriculum. And in fact, many of our students have already started their businesses long before they graduate, which I think is quite a good thing.
Thank you. Dubravka, now regarding Goethe Institute, I know that the Creative Flip project that you are currently running, within that context you are currently running a program addressing two sectors, which is creativity and education, which is what brings us here. What is the main objective behind it, and can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yes, of course. Well, I would like to maybe relate to something that David said, and that hopefully in the future arts and creative skills will be embedded in the curricula, and I think for us that's kind of the main objective. Theo told us earlier and gave us many examples of the STEM, but also some STEAM, so I think this is the direction where we would like to go. The objective of the program itself, it's called Learning Labs, and maybe I can take this clicker to change. So you already heard about the objective of the project. So the Learning Labs program, we ran the first round in 2019 and 2020. The overall goal of the project was quite simple. We give grants to, at the time, cultural creative hubs or makerspaces who wanted to establish cooperation projects with schools. We ran an open call, and we also gave liberty to the organizations themselves to propose the curricula or like the program of what they're going to run as workshops. Our main goal was to have creatives and cultural sector get access into the schools and directly with the students organize different workshops which are maybe not typical in what they do normally in the school. And we've selected 15 hubs. You can see now on the screen in 11 different countries, and running very different projects. So I'm really happy that a lot of the hubs are actually here today. So I think Uptech is here, but also Buño, Fabla Barcelona, I think Balb as well, and For, Loto Zero. If I missed and did not see anyone else, maybe tell me later. But it was really, I think, an amazing experience for us, amazing learning experience that came with lots of results. So as I said, we gave them open hands in terms of the topics, and they were really versatile. We had examples where people were using, the schools and the hub in cooperation were using the leftovers, let's say, from the school canteen to make cups, or in general, like recycling and upcycling projects. Again, also STEM education with taking things that were not functioning properly, and it was a thing called fix or mix. So either you can fix it, or you can mix it up and in a creative way make something new. We also had music workshops where students were writing songs together with the creative hub. So they were writing the lyrics, but they were also writing the music. And all these experiences were assembled in a guideline that we prepared. I brought a couple of copies with me. You have them at the entrance in case you wanted to pick them up, but it's also available on our website, creativeflip.eu. And it's a fun and nice publication which kind of gathers together all the, let's say, lessons learned we had from the project. And as we said, the hubs came from different countries, which also means different educational systems. So they had very different experiences in terms of how to actually cooperate with the school. Was the school open from the start and really welcomed them with their arms open? Or did they really had to kind of go there and convince them and sell the idea to them? And it was... for instance, a lot of them told us it was super helpful to have this call and to have, let's say, okay, we have EU funding possibly behind us, let's cooperate. There was also different experiences in terms of how to get access to the school. Should the manager of the hub go and talk to the director? And so it's more like a bottom-down approach, or do you maybe know a teacher who is willing to take you into their classroom and give you space and let you in to work with you together with the students to make this happen? So, as I said, really a variety of experiences, but of course a lot of common things. And this happened in the middle of the pandemic, which on the one hand, of course, was a hindrance that a lot of the countries could not go into the schools. The classes were held strictly online, or it was not possible to have anyone external entering the school who is not a teacher. So as I said, different situations were different countries throughout the process. Or we had the closing and then the opening and so on. But what was also super interesting is, I think, for the schools, it was also an opportunity because a lot of them had problems with shifting into simply now an online version. While the creative hubs had this knowledge, this digital literacy that is often missing, maybe in the classical school education, where they were able to offer, okay, you know what, we send these kits to all your students, and we then run online workshops where we teach them how to make a glowing bracelets, and it was a super interesting experience for the children who at that moment are locked in, and the teachers don't know how to adapt the curricula to the needs. So, as I said, many different conclusions and recommendations that came out. I'm just trying to kind of summarize a couple of them, and definitely I am open for questions if you want to know more about each of the projects or anything else. So following the success of this first round, we were really eager to repeat the process, now with a little bit of a different tailored concept. We just finished the open call for the second round of the Learning Labs. actually just a couple of days ago on the 6th of June. And I have to say that really the interest has been great. We received, I think, 176 applications that we now need to evaluate. And it's a shame that we only have 15 available slots, so it's approximately 10 applications for one available slot. But based on the lessons learned from the previous round, we made some adaptations in the new call. So, for example, we saw that there's a lot of interest outside of the creative and maker community in this type of project. So we opened it up to the entire sector, meaning all culture creative organizations. So also theater groups, or for instance, performing arts or visual arts or architecture, or all the other sectors as well. We've also extended the length of the program based on what we heard from our participants, saying that we had just 3 months, and now we're more or less covering the whole school year, so that they can actually have a program which can run throughout the school year and follow these students. So we're really looking forward now to this second round, which will run in 2022-2023, and I think that's for the moment.
And out of curiosity, how challenging was to navigate the issues coming forth from how extensive geographically the project was? You were just mentioning that different school systems have different cultural backgrounds, obviously. How do you create a common approach to this, and how do you navigate these issues?
Yeah, so like I said, in different educational systems, it really varies from one country to another, how open they are, how able they are to make changes in the curricula. So in some of the countries, they kind of integrated it in the curricula and had it in normal, regular school hours. And then in the other countries, they had to do it as an extracurricular activities. So we were in a way open to allowing them to do both, because we understand what the challenges are. Secondly, what is really important is we made these hubs into a small community. So we had regular meetings, bi-weekly meetings online, which I think they all really appreciated, at least that's what they told us, where they could exchange between each other, and they could see similarities, and they could see ways like, oh, how did you overcome this? Like, we don't have a permit to do this or that, or like, we cannot enter the school. And then they said, okay, we were doing quick tests for all the artists right before they entered the school, and the school allowed this. So, I mean, like small tips and tricks of how to make it happen, and how to adapt. And so I think it was really a great experience for them too. And from what we know, a lot of them established cooperation afterwards, after the program, are now working together on some joint projects. So I think it was really a beneficial experience all around. And I think it's also for them great. Maybe an aspect that I didn't mention is this building a local community, because it's always a school from their local community, and it's hopefully establishing a long-term cooperation. So they got their foot in the door, and the school sees that it's possible to have it. There's great feedback from the kids. So there's really much greater chance of extending this program, of doing a different round.
Thank you. Theo, now it's your turn, but I feel like we all have the answers to the questions that I have because of your presentation, but since we have at least 2 people who didn't see it, I'm going to ask it anyway. What you do is mainly to raise awareness around the science work, and you empower scientists and you empower teachers to spread the good word. How do you engage with creativity? You feel like it's a medium for what you do, or is it an integral part of the work developed at Psycho?
Okay, thank you for the question. It's an interesting question when they ask you how come you are creative. The first thing I think is that we didn't actually design it to be creative. You look back at the projects that you've done over the years, and yes, they are creative. So then you start kind of trying to interpret, how on earth did you become creative? What did you do so that you can give it as a recipe for others, as a manual? So I think that, first of all, we had to be creative because of the nature of our work. If you have normally, this is a stereotype what I'm going to say, but if you ask an academic scientist to present to you their work, half of the people here will die, throughout this presentation. They'll be so tired that they'll be like this. So this is because communication and engagement isn't taught in most disciplines, okay? And it's very important. Because they will present like 5 tables of data on the same slide with fonts like number 3, and you won't be able to know what they're talking about. So by default, we had to be creative in order to engage the public. The most important thing that I would like to retrospectively that I think that we do in order to be creative is the most difficult thing that a human can do: to listen. It's the most difficult thing, to listen, because listening means to be able to empty your head of your pre-ideas and your preconceptions about something, and actually record the facts. So if, for example, in here we ask one of us to describe what they see, they're going to say, "Oh, it's a bunch of people there. They all look very tired. It's a meeting, maybe, But the actual description is, well, there is 23 females and 21 males. There's 4 speakers on the panel in a square room which has these dimensions." This is the description. The second part is an interpretation of what you think that you're seeing. So in order to be creative, you need to have empathy. And to be able to have empathy, you need to be able to listen to the problem. And this is what we did at Psycho. All these projects that I showed with the kids working on solutions in social problems, we didn't tell them, you know what, you're going to go and make a greenhouse because it's cool, it's trendy. A greenhouse is now state of the art. No, they said, we would like to cultivate some vegetables in the backyard because of this and that. Hence, we will design a greenhouse. The students come up with the. So basically, you create a framework which fosters creativity. But I would like I wouldn't like to speak any longer on this question, so that I give you the chance to speak more than. But I would like to close again by repeating myself that we need to try to listen.
Okay, so let me put it like that. If I say that creativity is an essential part of what you need to do at Psycho to reach empathy, would this be correct in your opinion?
Yeah, if I understood it well, I think that it starts from empathy. We use this probably, you'll know about this a bit more maybe.
Maybe, a little bit, but I think the same thing. I mean, I would echo exactly what you're saying about there is something in our DNA when it comes to creativity. I think focusing on creativity per se is not always very helpful, and that's a heresy, I think, to say that. I like the expression artistic intelligence, but I like that expression because I like it because it has the artistic word, but I like it because it has the intelligence word. And this is something that, before I came today, I asked some of my colleagues, how do we deal with creativity? Are we teaching our students creativity? Well, in a sense, yes, of course we are. But in another sense, we're teaching them many, many other things at the same time. And the bottom line, our students have already discovered their creativity. It's there. It's there before they come to higher education. And we are in the position where we can basically select people who already have certain talents and certain skills and certain dispositions, which we know can then be amplified and encouraged, etc. And that I think, in the sense that it's in your DNA, I think it's true. And I'll tell you what you said earlier about, give a child a paperclip and give it an adult. It's absolutely the case. And the wonderful work, Alison Gopnik, who's written a lot about this, it basically says, if you take this to an extreme, and this is a personal opinion, you could almost say that our education systems are really not fit for purpose. And in the times in which we currently live and what we're about to go through, we have to understand that these are going to be very different. So our existing models for learning or for science or whatever, and which we think are predictive, in some senses they still are, in other senses they no longer will be, because the conditions of change have themselves changed. And we find ourselves at this moment, and particularly we're here for the Bauhaus events and focus on sustainability, we find ourselves, I think, without the skill sets that we're going to need very, very quickly to deal with what's coming. Now, I think that's something that is widely recognized, and I'm delighted to say, particularly in the context of our new project, the Blueprint project, there is a new competence framework that has been produced by the JRC from the Commission. Some of you will know the EntreComp framework, which was for entrepreneurial competencies. If there's one thing you take away today, there's a new framework and it's called Green Comp. And it's really fantastic. It's really very good. It covers some key areas and key missing skill sets to build upon. It's a short document, it's easy to understand, and it's easy to build on it. And I'm particularly happy it exists because it means that we don't have to do this on the project. It's already done. We can build on this one and help to roll it out. So I think there's a general move, let's say, towards accepting that the skill sets are not just skill sets for our students, they're skill sets that we are all going to need. And that requires a framework for learning and for listening, absolutely listening, that doesn't yet exist, but needs to come into being. It has to emerge.
Do you want
just to pick up on this last thing that David said about the skills we're all going to need, based on the setup of research now after the COVID crisis, one of the top 3 skills that are needed to overcome the crisis and in general was actually creative thinking. And to refer back to what Theo said in his earlier presentation, I think the school education at the moment is a little bit killing this creativity with its very formal structure. So what we're trying to promote with the project is actually embedding creative skills in all different types of curricula, not just, as you say, for the sake of creativity itself, but because in other sectors, this is a skill that will be needed in the future jobs. And specifically speaking about the sector, we had really, during the crisis, lots of people walking out of the sector because of the fact that they could not sustain themselves, because it was one of the most hard-hit sectors, of course, during the pandemic. And in general, just thinking about the future of the sector, of making sure that the students are aware of all the professions. We're trying to, in this new phase, bring the culture and creative professions closer to the students by directing a part of the workshop saying, okay, you know what, we're going to learn directly from the horse's mouth, let's say from a designer or from a performer, what it is like to be in their shoes and to do this job. So what are, of course, the great side, good sides and the bad sides, and how does it look actually behind the scenes? For a lot of these things like performing arts, it's one thing what you see on the stage, but actually all the work and the hard work that is needed behind. This is something that we want to show to the students and also to involve them in the projects through a co-creation process. So, for instance, if let's say they're learning about music and then they would write a music anthem together, a school anthem, for instance, or if it's about designers and how designers work, they can make a school logo. So we're trying to also make like a practical application for them to see how to implement these creative skills directly.
Picking up on what the three of you were saying, creativity is both innate to human being, it's something that I kind of understood, but at the same time you talk about it as a skill set that can be taught, which is, I would say that it's probably in the middle, but I would like to pick your brain about it, because I think it's a really interesting topic. Within the scope of your projects, you feel that creativity is actually something that is teachable, or is something that you can foster within the syllabus or your curricula?
Okay. Well, there's some guidelines that if you go and attend, for example, a course on leadership, and these guidelines that they give you about how you can have, for example, collective intelligence, how can you increase collective intelligence of groups. I mean, there's certain things you can do if you would like an organization to be creative. It's not in a known world. For example, usually there's studies that they say that if there's a lot of ladies in a group, it usually has a higher social perspectiveness. And this is one thing you can do. Secondly, diversity. The more diverse groups you have, the better collective intelligence it has. Thirdly, young people. Young people in groups are good because they don't have all those barriers. When we've been called quite a few times by customers, corporations, pharmaceutical companies, for example, and they invite us as moderators for creative thinking. And then what we observe is that it's like one or two of us and a circle of 10 people there. And the moment somebody starts giving out an idea, probably about 30 seconds later, somebody interrupts them and say, but this is not feasible, because the regulatory department will actually close it. It will not let us do this. And in the end, and we tell them, you know what, rather than saying, when somebody else is brainstorming, rather than saying yes, but, try and say yes, and. Because even if the person prior to you was talking something which is, I don't know, impossible to materialize, at least you have a basis of something to brainstorm on. And you can build on this, and at the end of the meeting you will have a whiteboard full of ideas, rather than having deleted every single one of them at the... So there are methods in order to be creative. I just mentioned a few examples.
Yeah, I think that there is a slide, perhaps you could show the next one. No, the next one, this one. I don't know if you can see that. Yeah, looks a bit daunting, but it's funny you mentioned collective intelligence, and I'm not entirely sure what collective intelligence is. You can look at that in different ways. And I think the examples that you're giving are very good examples of what I would say is the participatory power of the arts in different contexts, different situations. I think from the arts side, we're extraordinarily good at helping to manage and even orchestrate these kinds of dynamics. And you find that also within regional innovation systems. Many people in the arts will leave the room if you use the word innovation, but that's our problem. And it's something that we have to address, because our existing notions of innovation are failing us rather spectacularly, and we need new non-technological narratives for innovation. And in actual fact, what we do in the arts is, you could say, secondary, technically it's called secondary instrumentalization. It's not the primary context of step shift innovation, but the more complex stuff. And this is not reflected in our discourse from the arts, so we're not able to actually explain well enough what it is that we can offer. Now, this is something where I think it becomes interesting, because the participatory power of the arts, especially through things like design thinking, etc., is there. But the anticipatory power of the arts, I think, is even more valuable. And that's one of the reasons that we're very interested in this new project. On the screen there, you see a canvas that we sometimes use with different people, where we make a distinction between what we're doing at the moment and what we could be doing. So where the focus could lie. And I've mentioned a couple of these examples. I said, I focused on technology as product. No, focus on social technological systems. and it's something that I think people in the arts are innately much more interested in. If you look at, for example, let's say, identity-based stakeholdership. We all know stakeholders. We have to involve stakeholders, etc. But play with it. Think about role-based stakeholders. How do you experience the role of this function in a system or in an environment? And there, for example, in the performing arts, we have a huge amount to offer. Acting out scenarios. So if your region or your municipality or whatever has certain policy choices that they can make, the physically acting these choices out can have a profound effect on the decisions that are made. And there's a group, some of you will know, La Fura dels Baus in Barcelona. They have a research unit. So the opera company, the theatre company, has a research unit. And I would put that research unit on a substantial part. Do they have the metrics to prove that what they're doing is always successful? No, because we don't yet have the language, even on the research side, to describe the dynamics of participation or to quantify and measure parts of this. But we do know that it works. And this is the point where these things have to come back together again, because we need both. We need to have a profound, let's say scientific, shall we say, understanding, but at the same time as understanding that something more is needed, even if it's not always measurable. So a lot of these issues that we're raising there, we find very, very useful in stimulating some kind of discussion in terms of how can we anticipate what's coming next, where are we now? So I just put it up there as a slide.
Do you want to pitch in, Dubravka?
Maybe just to go back to the original question and something that Theo said about the barriers, whether it's innate, and I think actually there are some socially imposed barriers that kind of sneak up on us during the education and kind of growing up. And we had examples where it was in Südtirol, I think, and it was a vet school, mostly prominently boys, doing actually hard crafts, but they were supposed to do a project for, like, in a way as important for the community, like a electric bike charging station, which was not a problem while it was a technical part, but then they wanted to make to see, like, okay, how is it going to look on the outside? Because, you know, if you're going to put it outside for the whole community to see, you want to be proud also how it looks. And it took them a little bit of a while to just actually relax and enjoy the process of making it also pretty and creative and looking different, not just the functionality, but also how it's going to look as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, this topic, I actually remember something. A while ago, I watched John Cleese do a open class regarding creativity, and one of the examples he actually used to explain creativity, instead of focusing on arts or on comedy, he focused on Fleming's discovery of penicillin. Because he was doing a really scientific work where he was developing, I would not know the specific terms, but he was developing some fungi, maybe, I'm not sure. And one of the cups where he was developing didn't work out. So if he was in a closed mindset, like scientific, maybe not scientific, because I would say that science is about curiosity as well. But if he was in a closed mindset, he would not look at that and focus on that. He would just throw it away, do it again, and we might have skipped penicillin. You know, so his focus on this class was to kind of explain that creativity is, as you've been saying, natural to human beings, but it's about being open to it and to be curious. How do you relate to this? Do you feel like this openness is something that we can introduce into the syllabi, into the curricula of our institutions, of the education systems? Is it something that we should foster more to have the control of this open, closed kind of approach to things? Theo, you already picked up the microphone.
Yeah, I would like to focus on something in this question. I think a very important keyword, like listening that I said before, is failure. So this is what we're trying to do with STEM, for example, to encourage learning from failure. When I was a little kid, failure was a failure. It was bad to fail. You had to learn things. There was no system kind of encouraging you to learn from failure. And I think this is very much what science experiments do, experimentation, but also with arts as well. You know, you want to draw something and you fail on the way, you make a mistake. It's okay, you can learn from this. It's a very didactic way of learning, and I think it does lead to creativity in the end. This is my intervention.
No, actually, I want to pitch in on that because obviously UPTech is more of a startup culture approach to things, and in startups, well, not probably in Europe, and this is something I find funny. The easternmost, the more eastern you go, at least starting in the US, the more people are afraid to fail. You know, whilst in startup culture, people that fail are actually great assets to have in a company. You know, I've seen this in Portugal where people failed with companies and those people are now in really important jobs in big corporations and so forth because they've done the path, they know what they should be doing, what they should not be doing. So failure is something that at least in UPTech... Sorry?
I just wanted to say that they're also probably white men. I was really surprised to see that the guy who did Home Alone, Zemeckis, he really messed up. Like his first 3 films were absolute total failures, and he still got money to do Home Alone, which, I mean, it's great.
In my defense, to be perfectly honest, the example I was thinking was the example of Chic by Choice, which was founded by 2 women. The company failed, and now both of them are working for Farfetch in really head of department roles.
Maybe they would have done that whether they failed or not with their first company.
I would say that social conditions have something to do with this because they were able to create a company and to try it. So, still white people, you know. But in this specific case, in my defense, they were not men. Well, considering that in startups we consider failure something that it's good and something that people should not be afraid of. But it's not something that I feel that the education system is addressing. I don't know if you agree with this somehow.
I'm not sure. I'm old enough to have grown up with the benefit of I think, a fairly reasonably normal education, and also when I was at university, that was the opportunity to fail. In fact, that was almost the purpose of the university education. If you're not providing students with the opportunity to fail, you're probably failing at some level to provide them with an education. It's absolutely essential those kind of creative spaces, those kind of experimental spaces are there. I mean, this is something that is, I think, this is already acknowledged. There was a wonderful piece of work done by the OECD a few years ago. It's called, I think, the 2030 Learning Framework. It sounds very boring. It really isn't. And the OECD also had a working group on critical thinking and creativity, which was a very interesting group because academics from all over the world who would bring, there is actually a discipline called creative thinking. I had no idea. But critical thinking used to be, let's say, one of the most important outcomes from the educational process. And it was assumed that students would graduate with, to a greater or lesser degree, some creative thinking skills. And I've run several projects over the years. One was a games-based project, and every year I bring together 20 of the world's leading experts, and I would say, what's the biggest problem in learning? And every single year, this is 2014 to 2016, every single year, the first one was always the same, critical thinking. And in the first year, I thought they were talking about, oh, I see, so kids going through school and coming to university don't have critical thinking skills. And every year they corrected me and said, no, they graduate without critical thinking skills. Well, then something is wrong with your education system if you allow that to happen. Now, in the 2030 learning framework, they did a great thing. They took quite abstract concepts And he did it from a perspective of anticipatory science, and that it does exist under the banner of UNESCO. And they managed to take very complex concepts and put them into rubric which was understandable and usable within primary and secondary schools. That's already underway, and it's fantastic stuff. It is sort of like kind of a anticipate, act, reflect type of rubric, very, very successful. That doesn't exist for higher education at the moment, which is extremely odd, because we think that we don't need it. We really do have to go back and question how we are designing our learning programs and asking ourselves, do these still fit? Or rather, how can we make this better? And I think that need has become quite urgent.
I would like then to, well, picking up on the provocation coming from the audience, I think there's something nice that we can pick from there, which is having the ability to fail is something that maybe higher institutions of education are providing to us, but the opportunity to fail is something that it's not open for everyone. You know, it depends on class, it depends on some background per se.
I think in Europe the startup, let's say, not ideology, rhetoric. No, it's very difficult. You talk to people in the creative sector in the Netherlands, they just laugh when you say, oh, you have the opportunity to fail. They go, no, you're dead. You're finished. You're finished for 15 years.
Yeah, I agree with that, and in Portugal that's true as well. You know, people that fail, they're not only, not often they are valued as assets, as the case that I brought up. I do think that they should be considered assets because they were able to fail it to learn from it. But still, these people might not be aware of how lucky they might be to be having access to this kind of opportunities. And that's why maybe, Dubravka, you want to pick up on this, because Creative Flip, I believe, is a little bit about spreading these opportunities to other contexts. I don't know if you would agree with this. But I would like to know your opinion about this tension between the ability to fail, which is innate to human beings, but the opportunity to fail and how we should foster it.
Well, not speaking from on behalf of Creative Flip, but rather as on my own behalf, I think now this opportunity to fail has been kind of brought up in the narrative quite a lot, and I think it's quite inherent to the startup community and this innovation, and I think there's lots of funds going this way, allowing for this opportunity to fail. But I think what Tessa hinted at is right, that it doesn't apply to everyone, and I think it's not universal. I think it's based on where you come from and the gender, and I mean many different factors. So I don't think everyone has this opportunity, as you say. Now, I mean, speaking about Creative Flip, and maybe to turn the topic somewhere else, this is maybe this question of finance that we're trying to kind of, let's say, build capacity and raise awareness. A significant part of the sector is really looking towards, let's say, grants and EU funding and maybe some public funding for them to survive. And I think there is this other element of what we're trying to at least do is raise awareness of other financing instruments that are available from the private sector as well. And in the context of Creative Flip, we've launched 2 years ago a platform called Creatives Unite, which is really growing organically. I mean, it started off first as a platform for responding to the COVID pandemic and gathering in one place all initiatives. And right now it's kind of, let's say, the focus is in general on all CCS-related issues with some specific thematic focus, for instance, responding now to the situation in Ukraine, trying to gather all the information there as well. But what I thought interesting from the start is that we always ran these statistics. We report to the Commission, okay, so how is it doing? How many users do we have? How many visitors we have? And quite a lot, thank you, I mean, like over 50,000 users. What is the key search category that they look for? It's financing and funding. So still, this is something that is really needed in the sector. And in the context of Creatives Unite, we're building now a tool which will ideally help the creatives in looking for funding opportunities and financing opportunities, but also trying to make them more aware about all these private sector opportunities, and also at least give them a first idea of how to access them. So for instance, to learn more about crowdfunding or about the guarantee facility and what banks actually are able to give them loans and so on, to kind of realize that they have to have this a bit of an entrepreneurial spirit and look at different financing sources to really kind of survive and thrive, hopefully.
And in your opinion, would impact measurement play a huge role on accessing further funding, or is it something that people are considering? Do you feel like this is a skill that is lacking as well for access to this funding and to keep working? Impact assessment specifically.
Well, in general, for the cultural creative sector, I think we are missing a lot of data. So I think that's definitely something that, well, I think in general the sector is trying to work on, really how to measure the value that you're bringing. It's not often tangible. It's really the intangible value of the sector that is necessary. I think it's a challenge for the sector of how to prove all this value that you have in bringing in the other sectors to the health, generally to the social inclusion and cohesion of the society. So there are all these spillovers that the creative sector and cultural creative sector has in the society, which are very hard to measure, and that the sector is trying to kind of pass on this message that its value is not just about the figures that they bring in overall scheme of among the industries and how much revenue comes from the sector, but also all these spillovers to the tourism sector and so on, which are often, the hospitality sector because of culture, and which are not visible and really hard to measure.
Would you agree, David, Theo? Is it something that might be lacking, for instance, in your work specifically?
What is the question?
If there is impact assessment happening in the work that you're doing in your field, do you feel like it's a skill that it's also need to be fostered?
Unfortunately, it's almost irrelevant. Because in some European countries, they are very well advanced and very mature in assessing impact of social work. And there's frameworks and there's funding and philanthropy around it, while in some others is non-existent. So in my case, it's a funny story. 3 years ago, I did a course at the Columbia University on leadership, and there were 44 non-profits. Mine was the last one in terms of revenue, the 44th. And I found out that the whole budget for philanthropy in the United States was double the GDP of Greece. It was 360 billion. And I thought, where am I, in paradise here? So what I'm trying to say is that for us, for some countries, social impact has just started to be assessed, and it has. Another example, I was in Germany some years ago, and I was asking about one of those organizations that foster social entrepreneurship. And I said, how do you do this revenue? Because it was a high revenue. Now they said, we have donors. We have donors that they all give like, I don't know, 10,000 euros a year, and we have, I don't know, maybe 500 of them. And I said, is this possible? He says, it's more sustainable than having a contract with Coca-Cola. It's a different culture. We don't have this. If we had one of these guys, in Greece, it would be a miracle. And I'm sure, I'm not talking just about one country here. Ideally, it would be very nice to have metrics to assess social impact and be funded for it. And yes, it would help very much. But I think we also need to cultivate in some of the EU countries the whole area of social work and philanthropy altogether.
I think we're kind of running out of time now. It's been a while. I don't know if there's any questions from the audience. Now would be the time to speak. I don't know if this is good or bad. Well, I guess we'll just close the session then. Well, thank you all for making the time. And, well, we'll be around, so feel free to reach us out and to have a conversation with us. I hope that we have the chance to network. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome back. I hope you rested a bit from a full program. And I'm going to invite myself. Yep, okay. So, yes. I need to find the clicker. Amazing. Okay. So, welcome back to our next session. And so this next session is about our network and the progress we've made over the last years. So as many of you might know, the last period of time, our network has substantially grown, matured. We are more able to deliver things to our members and to our community. But first of all, I think I should say hello to all family again. As I always say, I feel that even though we don't meet so often, we are a broad and dynamic family. So I'm really happy every time to see you back here. But also, I want to talk to you a bit about the team, which has been helping and facilitating for the last years all our needs, and also helping in the growth and development. So I would like to thank, to begin with, for the tremendous amount of work, our board, and I think if they're present here, some of them are. Rita Cortes, where are you? Stand up, come on, don't be shy. Where is Rita? Yep. Okay, Atilim is somewhere with us there. Atilim, thank you. Ivan is also here with us today. Yep. Unfortunately, Luca is not with us, but he's following through the streaming session, so he's virtually with us. And of course, Wolf. Where is Mr. Wolf, the Wolf? We lost him, okay. He was somewhere around. And of course, again, Ben couldn't be here today with us because the good development for him is that his hub is catching up and it's going great after the pandemic situation. So we're really happy about it, and he has to focus into that. And also, if you notice, we now have also a full team of staff helping in the project's implementation and in our everyday needs. And this is great because up to last year, I should remind you that there was no permanent staff within our network. So this is amazing, and they're amazing people, and they have putting tremendous efforts every day to facilitate again all the changes that we've been going through in order to grow and develop our network. So Davide already presented, and he's project managing also the network. So he's, where's Davide? We lost him again, okay. So it's our community manager, Rita. Rita, where's Rita? Okay, we lost everyone, you see. After food. No, I think they're preparing some things for us. So Rita is our dynamic community manager and is the person that you can address to every day for everything you need, but she's also coordinating all the events and all the joint meetings that we're doing. And of course, it's Natasha, Anais, Andrei, and Alexandros, which is the core team in the Athens offices. So part of the team is here, and they're doing great efforts every day to facilitate the 11 EU programs that we are currently running. So really thank you guys. I really appreciate your efforts and work to make our community thrive. And so I want to really talk to you about something that we take as granted, what we are. And this is not so granted. I mean, so what is a creative hub? Usually what I say to people, I mean to friends, is I have no idea. That's the usual answer that I give to friends. But we have we have been trying for a while to define with something like a short paragraph what we are. So I will read through and then we will go through the specifics. So a creative hub is a place, either physical or virtual, which brings creative people together. It's a convener providing space and support for networking, business development and community engagement with the creative, cultural and tech sectors. Hubs may differ in size, shape and focus of activities, but all of them produce cultural and creative value for their local ecosystems and the wider creative ecosystem. This is like the very first definition that we created, and we have been adapting this definition from time to time. But the important bit and what always stays the same is the reason of existence and why do we exist. And we need to remember that we are there for our communities, we are there to provide support for our members and for our beneficiaries or our families, our close families, and of course to facilitate research in all relative matters, and of course to open up the topics into wider audiences, but also always to promote new talents and new skills and all the amazing people that makes us. So that's the most important bit. So really briefly, now we are taught from a rather really small structure to a really big. So we say that we come in all different shapes and sizes and can be described in many different ways: collectives, cooperatives, labs, incubators, and we can be static, mobile, or online. So let's see some of the forms that we are aware of. So here you can see like different specific forms. So like studios, so we have like cases where we are like an open collective of a small group of creative people, an informal structure, sharing office sometimes, and that's pretty much it. Or we can be like a large scale, similar to a cultural center, but also hosting a community, which is the different. We can be a specific cluster, we can be an online platform, of course we can be dispersed over a neighborhood or wider. So we have so many different forms, and that's really exciting and really good, because we can achieve different things. But we have to be, as a community, as a network, we have to be able to facilitate our differences, and that's something that we are also facing as a challenge at all times. So I think that it's really important to talk a bit about the legal structure usually, because it's so different again. So we are any kind of entity. We can be for profit or not for profit. We can be a private, we can be a social venture, we can be something like a charitable venture, so anything at all. And then about sectors, what to say about sectors. We identify all the CCS sectors, and I think that most of the hubs today kind of facilitate every single sector. So interdisciplinarity is really vivid within hubs. But of course, you have all kinds of sectors covered, which is really good. But you have some hubs that also kind of focus and specialize, which is also something great. And I will get back to this at a later stage. And of course, all the hubs have special offerings and services for their members. And sometimes the services keep failing, or we are co-working spaces, and we're not, or we are. But that's not important. The important thing is that we are building communities, live communities, dynamic communities, and we live with them and we grow with them. And that's really important, I think, and it's within the DNA of every single one of us. And that's amazing. But talking about creative hubs, I have been struggling to understand also where we come from and the history of cultural structures. And by reading through a bit, I I understood. And I think like around the 50s, this kind of period of time, local governments established big institutions, which are now called museums. So museums are usually, we have a definition here, and I think it's really important. It's their official a definition from NEMO, which is their network, and we are closely working together. So they say that the museum is a not-for-profit making permanent institution in the service of society and of its development, and open to the public, which acquires, conserves, research purposes. That's not what defines a creative hub. So it's really important to think about our DNA and what differentiates us, because what I like to say is that we are the new type of cultural structures. We are coming today and we are bringing difference to our relevant sectors and industries. So this is not our definition, but I try to replicate their way of talking and defining themselves in order to see a creative culture and creative professionals. So they're not just showcasing, they're part of our internal structure, and that's really important. A creative hub can be neighborhood, community arts organizations, private facilities, government-sponsored, or activist-run. Again, as who does that is not so different. And of course, by being a hub, friends, and we should kind of advocate for that difference. We should promote that difference. And also, we should work for that difference. And we should keep that in our minds, I think is really important. So one other aspect that for me is really important and makes us again different, it's something that is again taken for granted. Usually when you're talking about cultural structures, you see in the wording itself, there's an issue. They just mention higher culture. So like fine arts, performing arts, and that's the main context and content. And usually that's not the case for us. Activity from sectors to the creative sectors. So we have the full spectrum, and that's something again that's completely different, and it's something that usually it's a taboo, you know, especially for the cultural sector. It's really often unusual that they don't like the incorporation of like the design or even like programming, really simple stuff that are part of our members and our everyday life. So I think that we have to have in our minds really clear what brings us together, because we are not competing with the other cultural structures. We are part of an ecosystem, of a united ecosystem, but we have important differences, and we have to have it clear whenever we interact. But let's discuss a bit about the ecosystem and where usually we are placed. Because I think that where we exist and where we kind of grow is really important. So let's have a look at the landscape. So where does a creative hub sit? So it's in between of an ecosystem, a place, a location, however you want to imagine it, and culture and creative sectors and industries, and education in general. So we sit in between of something that is kind of static, maybe, and is already there, and something more dynamic, like the new production of things and ideas and content system looks like. So any ecosystem that you are trying to understand has some specificities, like, for example, a certain specific ecology. So just to explain the term to begin with, I have combined many definitions here to come up with one that fits best. Culture and creative sectors operate within ecosystems. Cultural ecology focuses on how cultural beliefs and practices help human populations adapt to their environments and live within the means of their ecosystem. So this is a map of where we live. So we have certain specificities. Sorry. Yep, it's me. Yep, apologies. Thank you very much. So here it is. In the center, we have the specificities of where we live. And of course, there are several things like the heritage, the things that define the place we live in. But again, it's really important also defining what heritage is. So I had several discussions with Luigi Sacco, which is a really known expert in heritage, and we came up with this definition. So it's the core catalyst for innovation, a repository of ideas, languages, experiences, and artworks that inspire the new generation of creators and refresh our understanding of the world and create scene a catalyst for imagining change and belonging as a dynamic relationship with what we already know, but from a new angle. So we are trying to describe heritage as something dynamic. There are different things. I mean, a place can have characteristics that have to do with some specific profession, for example, that existing in the area for a long time. And I know that this is really often in many hubs that are here today. Or they have land characteristics. Some are closer to the sea, and they relate their activities to the blue economy. Some are in the edges of Europe, so they're exposed to immigration and these kind of topics. So there are some specificities that define, that are coming from where the hubs are located. But wherever we are, there are some things that are always there and always exist. And to begin with, of course, is the core cultural expression everywhere we live. I mean, here today we are in LaVallee, it's a lively place. You should ask and walk around. They have offices with many creative people. And of course, in Belgium, arts, literature, theater, music are really vivid. And also there's a heritage in this kind of expressions. So it's everywhere around us. And then of course, around that, in a wider kind of spectrum, we have all the creative sectors and industries. So we have all the production and everything that help us kind of survive and make a living in the modern world, and all the relative stuff. So to begin with, we have all the structures that facilitate all those kind of core cultural expressions. We have like the museums, the theaters, we have all those kind of relevant structures. And then you have the people that make the things happen. So you have like designers, architects, fashion designers, all kinds of designers actually, all kinds of creative people. You have journalists. Journalists are part of our ecosystem and also is one of the subsectors that we often forget. Writers of all kinds. So all those people are scattered around a certain landscape. And it's alive, I tell you, it's alive. So it's like a living organism. And even though they seem scattered around, they relate somehow. It's not so apart. They need to interconnect. And who will have this role in our modern society? I think that we are the ones that should have that role. Hubs should be the organizations that interconnect all those kind of levels of expression and activity and all the heritage that comes with that, and make one fabric, one united idea, and then of course to make them grow and make them change. Because change, you know, people are redundant. I mean, they don't like change. But change is really important. It's something that we hate, but also defines us. So we have also to incorporate everyday education, and I think that that's what we do, but we forget why we do it. We do it because if we stop moving, we cease to exist. And that's what lifelong learning that we always talk about is. That's why we have and we need to connect also with formal education. And that's why also formal education needs us. Because we form one united organism. And the reason that we came up in existence, we were self-invented some years ago, recently. It's because there is a real need of a structure that fits all. And creative hubs are the structures that fit all. That's us. So I think that's the most important thing that I wanted to tell you about the hubs. So the essence of belonging and the members belonging to a hub is really important, but also hubs want to belong also. We are a community, a unified community, and that's really important. So again, what is the network and why do we exist? What is our role and why do we need to be all together in a room today? Because we are facing common challenges. And we want our talents to have the opportunity to thrive globally. And that's the only way to thrive anyway today. We want also to innovate. And to innovate, we have to have the insights. We need to know the best practices. We need to have the information. We need to steal ideas. And the better way to steal is from the people doing something similar in all the rest of the world. It's the best place for getting new ideas. And of course, we need to generate new jobs for our peers because we are facilitating our ecosystem and the people around it. So, the idea of how we function and what are our activities and how they're structured nowadays, we function in 3 levels. And this is something new, it's something that we haven't discussed the last years altogether. When we started, we were addressing only to hubs. That's how we perceived the network itself. But that's not deep enough, and that's not strong enough, and it's not creating enough bonds amongst us. So we quickly understood that we had to develop programs and content that go in all levels, from the network and our joint community, which is the widest, going into each hub separately, and even to each member of each hub separately, and facilitating all the ecosystem. Because what we described like in a single hub like scale is the same for the whole. We are an interconnected organism ourselves. And that's how we should act in order to be better and evolve. So I want to go into some specifics. So to begin with, we are developing a lot of activities about the hubs, about each hub member. And we think that this is really important because the hubs are the lighthouses also in each area of the local ecosystem. And we have to make that light brighter and stronger. So, yeah. So to achieve that, and luckily enough, with the help of the network support program, we have established now a permanent peer-to-peer learning program. So each year, on a permanent basis, we will have 10 people, 10 hub members visiting for a week another hub. And this will help all the peer-to-peer learning processes within all our structures. But also, in parallel, we have built a program that we're calling a staff exchange program, because we realized that we still need the intel and the best practices from the other structures. And to achieve that, bless you, and to achieve that, we need to see closer and on the field how this is happening, how other people are working. So this is a new project. The staff exchange program will be for 10 hub managers every year from now on. And through this program, we will try to kind of improve our skills. And of course, we will continue the publications, and we will try to highlight all best practices. So we're going to be doing a lot of editorial work that everyone is asking for many years, so that we know through case studies how everything is. So every year we will collect approximately 18 of them and put them in a publication for you, which we feel also helps collect, the collective thinking, and also comparative models and further exploration. And of course, we will have a lot of activities for the joint family, not only for the hubs. That it's going to be managed and handled by you. So the idea behind the workshops is that the members will apply to host a workshop session, and we will finance that. And so you will have the opportunity to host other members in your facilities and help them with a complete workshops is themes and also one-pager description. And we will award the best ideas, and we will also finance that activity for you. And we won't target through this activity the smaller hubs that LaVallee, a lot of webinars and online training. We are going to continue all these kind of events. Of course, I think that many of you are already familiar with the family branches that started over the pandemic outbreak. And of course, the hub meetups, like the one we're having here today, which is the very first of a series of meetups every 1 year. And it's basically for the hubs themselves. And we're going to be exploring relevant themes that we feel every time are really important and kind of boiling hot for us. But we have to realize a bit our services and how can we achieve or not behind the Hubs Alliance program. So hubs that are interested will be able to travel and have desk and working space across the whole alliance. But also this is going to be subsidized by the network. So the network is going to help and the hubs host, but also end the beneficiaries' travel. So this is an extra service for the hub members, but also something that eventually we feel that will help us kind of adjust and mutualize our services across Europe, which is really important because there's going to be a point, even though we are totally different, and even today sometimes we are competing with, how do you call them? Co-working spaces, and those kind of like the spaces and we work. And there's often confusion, but also right now that's a problem that we're facing all, and we should adapt and adjust. in order also to survive, because it's one of our core services, I think, for most of the hubs. So that's what the Hubs Alliance is, and it's a program that's going to be officially announced together with other programs that I mentioned right after. Go deeper. So right now, we don't feel that we are addressing only to the hubs managers, but also to the members. And who are the vision? We said that we're going to facilitate and the needs of the cultural and creative sectors and all the professionals and all the industries relating. And of course, to achieve those goals, we have established a lot of policy work. That's really important. Every year, we are focusing in a specific country, and we will do a lot of national, let's say, level work. So every year, we will do our big meetup. This year is going to be, hopefully, it's under process in Portugal, isn't it, Tanya? Yep, in Porto. And Viana di Costello. And we're going to be starting from Portugal. But the idea is that every year we will try to work with local governments in order to amplify all the relevant work for our sectors and for us, of course. And this will make us an important tool also on a local level. We will transform the local landscape to something more dynamic. We need to be the intermediate between the state and our sectors. We are those people. We are the right people. We are representing a community, and that's how we should feel at all times. And of course, we're going to be doing also a lot of policy workshops with all the local stakeholders every time to achieve that. And to be certain that we will be able to embed the so long wanted policies locally. And as I told you, all this leads to our big conferences every year. The Culture and Creativity Conferences, where we're going to invite not only the hubs themselves, but also all the cultural and creative sectors, so all our ecosystem to participate. So the Culture and Creativity Conferences will span not only within the hubs and the hubs level, but also within the creative level. And of course, an important component that we tend to forget is research. We are invested on research. So right now, we are already working on an open data repository for the CCS. And it's something that we want to interconnect with the Creatives Unite platform that we have been building, and it's already online and active. It has been mentioned also by Dubravka earlier on from our other project, Creative Flip. We want to create a CCS repository so that we can host in there all relevant research about our cultural and creative sectors and hubs. And this is really important because what is happening right now is that research is fragmented. So there's no interconnection in all the topics and chapters that are so important for us. And also there's no any kind of, we cannot cross-link the research that's been done every time. So every time that we need to find out about something, we need to go and start asking from scratch. Also, we don't have like a pan-European survey. So we do not know really what our sectors and how they are, how they behave, how they evolve, and how they struggle and how they survive. And we need that input and that data. It's really important. So what we are trying right now to do and we are trying to have an active role within this kind of Creative Europe Networks program. We're trying to ask all the active networks in there to join us in that journey, to use collectively this open data repository to provide for our peers. It's really stupid, you know, we are totally isolated, even though we're creative people and we tend to think that we have a collaborative way of thinking. That's not true. Every time I've been trying in the past to talk with another network, you know, there are policies. Even, you know, sometimes we're talking, we are a couple of organizations together, and there are conflicting arguments amongst us. That shouldn't be the case, because we are missing everything. We are missing out, and the losses for our communities, and that shouldn't continue. So we are starting this process, and we have already on board some first networks, but our very goal is to achieve and onboard all the 35 Creative Europe networks in this open data repository. And this is really important. And of course, to see how we can work together to change education. This is also really important. We talked a bit about this topic. We are now working with the Elia School of Network of Arts and Art Schools. I think also David, who is closely related, is here with us today. We want to closely work with those people. It's all the art schools of Europe. And we should have strong bonds with them. And this goes with the museums, with everything. We should be one, not fragmented and looking, but working all together. But I don't know why this right now doesn't happen. And I think because we are the newcomers, and as I told you, the new kind of structure, we should bring in also this new way of thinking. And education, we talked a lot earlier on about education, but we'll go through major changes the next year. And we need to be there, and they need us to be there. Well, these are the main things I wanted to talk to you about. But of course, there are many things that I did not mention. So the next period of time, we're going to slowly start rolling out the program for this year and the upcoming 3 years of this Creative Europe Networks program. But also, we're starting a lot of other new projects. Already, I think that yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, we closed the open call and we need to evaluate the new Learning Labs program. Am I correct, Dubravka? Yep. We had so many applications. We are so happy. We feel that this program is going to bring change eventually. It feels like it. Every time we run this program, we can feel it. It's so essential. And people that already conducted the program continue doing things and outside the scope of this program, which is great. We have with us today also two of our candidate PhD researchers, Colm and Lorenzo. They're there. Yep. Sorry, I didn't see you guys. I have also a light against me. They are working with a large group of researchers, specifically for rural hubs. So after the end of life of this research program, we're going to have a full spectrum of research of the specificities and the needs of those hubs. Because we see that some hubs are different and have specific differences than others. And for example, okay, the initial members were big hubs in big cities. But then we have also members in rural areas that are struggling because they have different needs. And they're facing different challenges. And we want to facilitate and find new kind of solutions for them. So we're really looking forward the results of this research program because it's going to be an amazing tool also to push policies for those hubs and to help them grow. So Lorenzo and Colm are going to be also in one of the next sessions about communities, so anyone interested should follow through. But we are working also in other territories, and we're trying to identify what's needed. Right now we are working with Tessa. Tessa is in the room from Lotto Zero. We are piloting the idea of a sub-network within the network for the fashion sectors. So it's a sectoral themed sub-network. Anyone interested in fashion should join. Textiles are part of the ecosystem, aren't they? Or am I mistaken, Tessa? But you will further elaborate also in the next session together with Colm. So I think that we will have the opportunity to discuss that. But the idea behind that is that we will identify all the thematic needs that we have and create relevant subgroups in order to deepen our understanding and create what we need, the right tools we need. At this stage, I want to ask you, no, nothing. First of all, I want to invite Natasha here. Hi, Natasha.
Hello, everyone.
Use maybe the wired one.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you all and meet you in person. I'm Natasha. I'm project coordinator at the European Creative Hubs Network, and I'm part of the Creative Flip team. Creative Flip is organizing activities supporting the cultural and creative sector, and it focuses in 4 key areas, which are finance, learning, innovation, and intellectual property rights. And today we want to present you the Twin Hubs program, which falls under the innovation section. Together with our partner, Goethe Institute, we are launching an open call on 21st of June, which will be open for European Creative Hubs Network members. What is Twin Hubs? Twin Hubs is a blended mobility peer-to-peer program for hubs. It is based on sister cities model, and the previous experience gained from the pilot phase of Creative Flip. Can I have the clicker? Thank you. So here you can see some photos from previous exchanges. Here is Lotto Zero and Stapleton working in textile, volumes, and Fab Lab Lisbon. Dinamo 10 and Spazio Aroello brainstorming in the yard. And here is the publication. You can find it, you can download it in the Creative Flip website. Here is a toolkit that emerged from all these collaborations and exchanges. So here we'll explain you a bit the plan, the process of the twin hubs. And sorry. So during 2022-2023, Creative Flip will organize and support 50 exchanges in total between the hubs. Each exchange will support a team of 2 hub representatives, hub managers and hub members. So after the end of the open call, we will a twinning process will start, which will include the matching. ECHN and GETE can help them along this process by proposing a compatible hub. So the program, the first part of officially, and the hubs will present. They will present its activities and its creative community, and this ceremony will be followed by 6 moderated monthly or bi-monthly meetings, in where the hubs will explore the topics of their interest, they will exchange knowledge, they will identify good practices. And then the second part of the blended mobility includes the physical exchanges. As I told you before, we will have 2 types of mobilities. Both for hub managers and for hub members. And the online and physical exchanges will result in a final community event that will occur at the 3rd location. Here are some key figures and key dates. So 50 mobilities for hub members, 50 mobilities for hub managers, a total of 25 twinnings. And as I've told you before, we are launching the open call on 21st of June, so you can find in Creative Flip website all the necessary details to apply. That's all from me.
This is great. Thank you, Natasha. So just to say a few words about the background, because I think it's really important. Every action that we designed has a second level of goal. So what we want to achieve, and why we say that this kind of mirrors the sister hubs, the sister cities, is because we want to interconnect permanently your hubs. So we want the 2 communities becoming one. That's the idea. That's why we say that this twinning spans across a year. And also, as we said, for the first time, the traveling is going to be bidirectional. So there's going to be members from one hub visiting the other and the opposite. Usually we would have like a one-way kind of journey for the exchanges. So this is again something new. And we want, and the idea behind is that we visit and we present each other. And also that we kind of present our communities. And we get to know each other. And we wish at least that this results into further joint activities. That's the idea behind the program. Okay, I think that that's all, but I would really want to know if you have any questions or any thoughts of what was just presented. No thoughts at all? Okay, that is great. So thank you so much. And I think, how are we with time? Okay, so we must move forward. Just to let you know about the short delay, we are facing a traveling problem with one of our important keynotes, and we want to include them in the program. That's why we shifted a tiny bit our program. So thank you for your understanding. But I think I would like to invite here artists at risk. Ibor is not here. Okay. So it's great. While waiting for Ibor. Okay, he's here. Okay. Great.
To advocate for some oxygen in the room so we could air it out the time pretty much.
So there are microphones there. Okay. Maybe to use.
Had a little stretch, a little breathe, a bit of oxygen perhaps from behind. So I could just start with a new breath. So we wanted to introduce artists at risk today. That's fine. Look, I can, okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll just reset it. But before we start, Okay, while we're waiting for the technical side to clear itself up, we thought we would start with a short philosophical aside. I heard a lot of talk today. I heard a lot of kind of way that you're thinking about change, right? You're thinking about, and somehow these creative hubs are in between spaces, right? You're kind of combining so many different genres, sectors, places, people, backgrounds. So I thought maybe we would talk a little bit about our first, who's a very well-known anthropologist, and his colleague, a very well-known archaeologist. You might have heard the name Graeber before. David Graeber, wrote the book on debt, the first 5,000 years. He was the subtitle. A great book, very interesting book, very important book. And before he passed away, very tragically, early in life, he finished a book called The Dawn of Everything, about our prehistory, and came up with some very, very revolutionary thoughts about who we actually are. And the reason why it came to mind in this context for us, Marit Muka, co-director, and myself, Ivor Stadolski, is that BAUTOPIA obviously has a reference to the concept utopia, right? And utopia, utopia is when the computer works. Now it seems to have crashed my computer, but that's fine. Okay. So now I can find this way. No? Hello. Voila. Okay, I'll leave it like this so that it doesn't bother anyone. And I'll close that. So utopia. Utopia is a concept that's kind of very, very common. It's something that comes back in European history again and again. And the question is, what does it mean? It means no place. So that's actually what utopia means, no place. Maker space, because you're part of the commons type world somehow, or maybe you have some origins in that way. And they came up with three forms of freedom, which they found in these indigenous communities, especially in the Great Lakes region of what is now the United States, which actually they prove was the seed of the European Enlightenment, which is a remarkable thought. But we won't go into the history of that. But the three freedoms they described was one, and please excuse me, the first one is the freedom to disobey. That means you say, no, that's wrong, I don't like that. And you say, I'm not going to do it. I think that's a basic European freedom too. You can say no. The second being the freedom to create a new social arrangements. Aren't you doing that right now? You're creating a new form of social arrangements. And the third, and this is the one that we're going to be talking about a lot today, is the freedom to go somewhere else. So if you really can't take it anymore, you don't want to be in this space, you can go and sit in another space. And you can go find another group, and another clan, another bunch, and find a new home. And you have a kind of hope, and in some societies, an obligation that they will be hospitable and welcoming and will integrate you and find places for you in their society. And so the classic example they give is that in indigenous U.S. territory, what was called native or First Peoples or Amerindians in the anthropological language, they could leave their clan on one side of the continent, say in Oregon or something, and go all the way to the other side of the continent and say, I'm a beaver, And the beaver tribe there would have to say, well, okay, you're a beaver, I have to take you in, and I have to give you food, and I have to house you, and you can marry my daughter, and it's going to be okay. And that was like a social obligation. So we're kind of from this weird beaver clan called the art world, okay, Marit and I. And we're going to tell you a bit about that. But we also operate in different fields, so we're part of general, more creative worlds, and also in the ecological sense. And just to give us a bit of the background on that, I think we'll start with the history of how we came to be Artists at Risk.
Yeah, I continue. Okay. Yeah, it's when we go back to history, that how Artists at Risk came to be, it actually relates to this freedom to disobey. Ivor and I, we have worked together since 2007, and both of us have a background of working with politically engaged art, with activism also outside of art world, and Artists at Risk still is an activist organization, even though it has grown a lot since we started, but that's the spirits. And it's a very short, history of Artists at Risk is that we were kind of first working together. It is actually with the underground of perestroika times, people who were in underground at that time. Basically, we co-curated a big exhibition, it says, of perestroika times. We are not going to go to history of that more, but that led us to work with revolutionaries and rebellions from 2011. I think you remember well that in 2011 the wave of revolution started in northern Africa, from Tunis, from Yasmin Revolution to its Tahrir Square in Cairo, and other square movements followed, from Bolotnaya Square to it's basically to New York, you name it. It's basically there was the whole wave of square movements also. It's in Spain and in many other countries. And in that time we were doing research. Our practice was research-based, and we were really much on the ground with the revolutionaries of that time and with the dissidents of that time. Because freedom of disobey, of course, unfortunately, in the current state of affairs, it doesn't mean that there is a repression which follows, and that's what we are also witnessing, unfortunately, today. You can disobey, but there are lots of violent structures in the societies with kind of, it's like backlash on you. And we were working, it is a lot in Egypt with activists, with art practitioners who were part of the Tahrir Square movement. And basically many of our peers, many of our colleagues we met there, they were in the situation in the project called Back to Square One, referring to that is people went to the street to demand social justice, to demand basic rights and economical rights. It's basically, and that was also connecting the square movements. Context at that time, and it's of course it's made sense that okay, well, we have going to follow. It's when we were curating the project Back to Square One, we had invited the leading singer of Egyptian Revolution, Rami Essam, to open the gig, and Sisi was already in power that time, and he had been his
actually it's questioned and tortured by that if you, and we provided him, instead of inviting him to play the opening kick of our curatorial project called To the Square 2, we got him a 3-month visa invitation, and he came to Helsinki, but still today he hasn't returned to Egypt.
Stand being where you have that freedom to move elsewhere. And so this was a 10-part kind of iterations of the realigned project, which then led to what we'll show you next, which is the Artist at Risk platform. So, but just to take one, well, maybe we'll come to that at the end. It's better to go to Perpetuum mobile later. So what we're looking at now, and I think we should perhaps go straight to the present, yeah, and we can then go back and forth a little bit as we go. So at the moment, Artists at Risk, or maybe it's good to go through the development, yeah. So, okay, because it's quite complicated. At the moment, we have a very different situation with the Ukrainian, the incursion of Russia, the invasion of Russia. We were constantly told by Ukrainian colleagues, don't call it the Ukrainian conflict. Don't call it really even the Ukrainian war. It's a Russian invasion of Ukraine, or the war on Ukraine. But before the war on Ukraine, we worked in over 26 cities. I think the bio was a little bit from another event where it's kind of a little old. I can just kind of zoom out a bit here, close these application forms, and show you that we've had residents from all around the world, and we've had these blue markers show the actual residency hubs that we've created, and there's about 26 that we had prior to the war on Ukraine, and those included some safe houses in Africa. You don't see here. We have a residency in India. We're developing ones in northern Thailand, in Mexico, and other places. They're not here on the map yet. We've been far too busy to deal with our PR operations so much. But so we have basically established something on the basis of what we call the Helsinki model, because that's where we started. It's not really rocket science. It's more or less common sense. And you've been doing it all the time. What it means is you get together a big association of people who can be helpful and think about the needs of those people who are arriving from outside, newcomers we call them, and we work with them as artists. We don't work with them as refugees, as asylum seekers, as Martians or interplanetarians of different colors. We work with them as artists. That's how we started. We're their peers, and they come, and we need to find for them, a paintbrush or a camera or a studio or a sculpture kind of equipment. We need to find all those things. We need a human rights organization. We need a hosting organization. We need a funder. We need to have a venue to do their performance, their concert, the equipment to do that. And so we built what we called an advisory council of all of those institutions in Helsinki. It's like, the Artists Union. We had the Musicians Union before. The filmmakers are involved. All kinds of organizations, PEN Finland, of course. We work with on the international level with PEN International, with various organizations. And we developed the conglomerations are now in Barcelona, in Karlsruhe, in Berlin, in Tunis, which is very important to us because it's a non-Schengen area country, and it's part of the Creative Europe program, which is a really remarkable thing, and we were lucky to be the first kind of round that funded Tunisia. So Marta, you want to continue from there?
Second reason, hubs elsewhere than in our pair for artists in residencies is we have an ongoing public call. We get an application, we do the background checks. It's basically we have regional experts. We can only work with art practitioners at risk who are threatened for their artistic practice, for their political activity, because there are lots of applicants, so we can work with the most urgent cases. We work with professional artists, but in our case it doesn't mean that you need an art education. We have brilliant, self-taught photographers who have been award-winning after that. It's same with textile artists, you name it, because in many countries, for example, female artists, they can't study art and so on, so we don't have such restrictions. But it's basically, Europe is fortress, and basically it's challenging to get Schengen visas. Sometimes it can take up to 12 months. It can be a long process, and sometimes artists don't get visas. And therefore, we have to do relocations. This is basically outside of Shanghai in short. Sometimes regional relocations are also easier for our colleagues and peers, that if there's a theater practitioner who has worked in Arabic, it can be easier to re-establish yourself in Tunis than come to Helsinki, for example. So we also look at this kind of match, that where it makes sense to relocate artists. And it's also good to emphasize that many of the artists at risk residence, they return back. The residencies are everything from 3 months to 24 months. And if the art practitioner can't go back, then we assist in finding the next step. To sustain yourself as a professional artist, find grants, find jobs, find places to study. There's you see an artist who went back, LGBTQI activist Chieko Reto, who had a residency in Helsinki for 1 year, and she's now back in Malaysia, and she manages to be there, but she needed a break. Because for many politically engaged artists, it's very difficult to be politically engaged when you come to a different European country. So here's Isa Tuma, who was one of our first residents already in 2013 from Aleppo. He's back in Aleppo. I said, I need to say that there's no electricity. I have to digitalize my photos, I have to cut my film, and I will go back. And that's what he did, and he found a production company for his film, and he wanted also work. And for example, now, he's doing profound work with young people. Before renovating his apartment, he renovated and opened his art space. He organizes photo courses for his young professionals. He did something called art camping during the war. He has supported a lot with young female artists and so on. But there are very few funding tools actually to channel funds for art practitioners who are engaged and develop democratic developments back in their home regions. And that's something it's basically, we really need effort. This is basically to fund people also back at home who decide to do their work there.
That's right. And I mean, Europe is in a state of preparedness for one thing. It's right now really finally gearing up to really deal with a massive invasion of Ukraine. But we're not in the least prepared for the elephant in the room. You know, there's going to be hundreds of millions of people on the move in the next few decades. So when we have hundreds of millions of people on the move due to climate change, we can no longer just say, we'll close the borders. It doesn't work like that. You know, there's a very well-known work we can show you in a moment called, it's called Refugees Will Come. It's not welcome, or, you know, it's they will come. And it doesn't matter how big or high our walls are. And so this is why we're talking about it in a realistic way. If we want to really strengthen our society, we have to strengthen those societies where these people are from. And we'd have to work with them as our peers. They're our peers. They're just like us. They're doing exactly the same thing. They're making art. They're creating cultural hubs. They're creating their version of Silicon Valley or whatever it is in their places. And we need to they're part of our community as a planetary community. And if we don't help them, if we don't help ourselves, then we're going to be in a real big mess, as we are, you know, already, but it's going to just get worse. And so this idea of funding those, you know, we actually talked to the European Union about this in a very open way, because it's no secret that there's this issue of the third-party country funding, and we have to deal with that, because we're a rich continent. So we should be able to, you know, work on that and fund those people in those places so they have resilient societies that can handle the changes that are coming. And so this is where we kind of also think in a policy direction. But I think now maybe we should turn to the current Ukrainian situation.
Did you mention that it's kind of related to what Ivor said, that we are piloting a project for ecological defenders, ecologists at risk, for people kind of, it's who are, for example, in Latin America, there are more murders of ecological defenders than journalists and writers, and we have a network in the Caribbean, and we are trying to find these funding tools to actually host ecological defenders is close to their regions where it makes more sense to host them. So it is our work is kind of, it's global level. What we are working on is within Artists at Risk and Ecologists at Risk as well. But let's go, it is to current state of our work. It's basically...
Okay, so if you go back... So I think we should do a bit of metrics. So at the current moment, okay, well, before we do that, we can show you how to get here. So if you're an artist, you can apply just by clicking on one of these, right? And so at the beginning, on the first day of the war, when the invasion started, remarkably though, we had this forum ready for artists. We've been doing it for 10 years. And we just had, we're still in the course of working on Afghan artists, and that's a lot of people who were not given visas, and we'll get to that in a moment. But what we weren't prepared for, and which is remarkable, is the incredible wave of solidarity in Europe. And that was really, really heartening. It was really amazing. Like, suddenly, we got dozens at first, and then hundreds of applicants to be a host. That is to give support to artists who are running away from their country, from Ukraine. And so at the moment, we had to react really quickly. Our inboxes were just filling up with people saying, I want to help. Great, wonderful. So we created a form, and we now have, like, the metrics we can show you in a sec. Right? I think it's now, we have, just in terms of applications from hosting institutions, we have 350 organizations that are willing to provide rest and respite and also artistic context and ateliers and funding and so on for artists at risk from Ukraine. And we have 1,000 artists and cultural workers who have applied. So that's quite a lot. That's a huge volume, right? And so in order to do that, we developed a new system. Marita, you want to describe the solidarity teams? It's a new thing we developed.
Yeah, so it's basically what we did that we have matchmaking teams we called solidarity teams. So we have 6 Ukrainian colleagues, specialists from different art fields, who are working together with curators and cultural managers from different European countries. And we first developed a model with Sweden, with a network of 75 to 100 art institutions and residencies, and they provide 2 Swedish curators who know well their institutional field. And they work together with the Ukrainian colleagues and peers to do the best possible match for Ukrainian artists fleeing the war. So our Ukrainian colleagues, they talk to the artists, kind of figure out what their situation is, basically language skills, family relations, what would be the best day, what is the artistic field and all the factors. And basically then they think that what is the best kind of European countries is to end up to or city, because we have hosting organizations all over Europe. But basically this model we developed with Sweden, it's worked really well. And now Goethe Institute joined, and we are doing the same matching model with for Goethe Institute. So basically Goethe Institute is paying salaries for new staff members who are working as a part of our team. And again, they make the matches for the German art actors and institutions together with the Ukrainian colleagues. It's very simple model, same regionally in Italy, same in Finland, and so on. And now we will talk about urgencies. It's later on. In this case, Ukrainians luckily can come to Europe without visas, so they can come fast. So we are doing this kind of mass relocation. It's not like with kind of Afghans that you have to get the visas and it goes very slowly and so on. So therefore we developed this kind of matchmaking model which can go really fast, that okay, they see this is a musician, a jazz pianist, so it's good that she's hosted by some kind of musicians union or music institution or so on. So it's very simple model. But we try to avoid the fact that artists who are fleeing the war already, that they need to apply to 20 different residencies or institutions, that they can submit application to Artists at Risk, and Curtis is spreading the link, apply through Artists at Risk, but then they have a database of German institutions, same with Sweden. And we are actually right now hoping that Belgium will also join. We have been developing that, and we had a meeting yesterday, so it's good we were here. So we are trying to kind of basically combine this centralization of applications, but at the same time we decentralize hosting to the networks. And this has been working, it is very well, and I think it's good case study also for future. Of course, we hope that there won't be this kind of mass relocations anytime soon, but as Ivor said, that is unfortunately kind of, we are going through different phases. It's into global developments at the moment.
So I think you should, in this context, we also should mention, we probably have some Italian colleagues here. There's a network in northern Italy of 40, 50 residents. Puglia region would like to join, I think. Belgium, Marita mentioned. In Finland, we have a kind of network, of course. And there was... So in general, we're trying to create a pan-European platform in which we create a matchmaking system which is really quite tailored, even though it is a mass operation, 1,000 applicants, which allows a team of 5 to 10 specialists from Ukraine plus specialists from the local region and national regions to receive them very quickly. And so it's quite a remarkable thing that I think, at the moment we were very pleased to also receive funding from UNESCO for this. And I think we can applaud UNESCO for taking the initiative. Again, better late than never. We asked them for Afghanistan, and they twiddled their thumbs and ummed and hummed and ha'd and all this. But finally, even though all the team wasn't from Europe, they were largely from other places, but it was largely because the funding came from Europe that this time it started. And we're saying, look, this has to happen again, and we need to do this beyond this present war. And everyone's saying that. Goethe is saying that. UNESCO is saying that. Swan is saying that in Sweden. And I think we all recognize the need. Also, not only for artists at risk. I mean, there could be other people that want to be on the move, as you all seem to be changing. And change requires this kind of thinking, this kind of flexibility, for people to be able to take their talent where they feel it's most needed, and also where they feel they can flourish. And that creates all kinds of new configurations and creativity. We should maybe give an example also, like that we had a resident from Ukraine before this current war. In 2014, there was the invasion of Donbass and the Crimea, and we had a resident, but his problem was not that he was being persecuted by the Russians. It was that the neo-Nazis in Ukraine there are neo-Nazis in Ukraine. It doesn't mean the Russian propaganda is correct. But there are neo-Nazi tendencies in Europe, we have to face it. And they were beating him up for advocating LGBT rights for his artistic community. So he got a artist at risk residency in Helsinki, recharged, got back on his feet, and went back and actually then started the second Kiev biennial, which we then co-curated. Maybe you want to talk about that? I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of also, it gave us a background that we curated this in the second Kiev Biennale, something called the School of Displaced. And that referred already that there were displaced people in Kiev, and we work in the refugee center there. But then there were also artists who were displaced from elsewhere, from Sudan, from Uruguay, basically sharing this experience. But the group of artists called ZIP Group, they built a stage in a refugee center which could be used by the kindergarten, which could be used by the music groups and so on. So basically we started the work with Ukrainian colleagues already back then. Maybe it's important to mention here also, because we have Ukrainian colleagues and peers here, But we have lots of applicants who can't leave Ukraine. It's these army-age men and also women who want to stay with their families. And now our Ukrainian team members, they have been mapping that how we can start to support residencies within Ukraine together with existing Ukrainian artists in residencies and give living grants and structural funding, because that's also important, as it was said before, that not everybody can leave, so that you also channel support where support is needed, and it must be your decision whether you stay or leave, and it's really important also to support art practitioners back in Ukraine. Also, it is for people who are in EU area. We have a new call for hosting organizations of Ukrainian artists, even though we have hundreds of hosting institutions, we have 1,000 applicants, so we need more hosts. And we are now facing, it's the second wave of applications that many Ukrainians, they came and they first stayed with their families or friends, but basically now they are looking for residency. So we really do need more hosting organizations, and Artists at Risk can provide emergency grants for 3 months, living grants. If the hosts are providing it's their staff costs and housing, of course we encourage that within EU area always, that is basically, especially in Western Europe, that host would try to also provide living grant, but we can do that. It's basically, so please spread the word in your networks that become a host for Artists at Risk, because we really, really need that. It is also within EU area, so that's kind of something we hope everybody will do.
How are we doing for time? We were only an hour late, I think. Yeah. I think we should just briefly talk a little bit about our programs, discursive programs. So we curate shows, we do exhibitions, conferences, concerts, and so on. We also help to produce plays and dance performances and so on as part of the work of our residents. So we currently have one of the members of the government in exile of Belarus as a resident in Helsinki. He produced a play. It's been put on in, I think, 150 different festivals, and we produced it at the Helsinki Music Center, a big stage, very beautiful. He was at the Orwell Day, the George Orwell Day at the CCCB, and so on. So, but here's a conference that I'm just showing you on the screen at the Center for Art and Media in Karlsruhe, which is one of the biggest museums in the world. And it's a remarkable institution because it combines, research, art, media, all kinds of different ways of seeing things. And this conference here, actually, you should see some kind of interesting configuration. Here's an Egyptian. This is an Iranian based in the UK who's one of the leading filmmakers of Iran, who has managed to get about 200 filmmakers out of Iran and many more out of Afghanistan. And here we have the leader of the Roma ERIAC, the European Roma Institute of Art and Culture, a very prominent woman. And here we have an Indian filmmaker, very interesting guy. He's not an Artist at Risk resident at all. He founded Artist at Risk residence in India for us. And here is Maria Alyokhina. You might know her. She recently escaped Russia dressed as a pizza delivery girl or something like that. You know the story, right? It was in the New York Times. She escaped after having really shown the government that, and continues to do it on tour, how the change will also come from inside Russia. And this is where we have to be very fair about the way we work, and we have to be very careful. We have to do background checks on our residents when they apply to make sure we don't get regime-friendly people, either from Russia or from Iran or wherever it may be. But we can't deny an Afghani artist a residency just because the Taliban is in power. And like the same way, we couldn't deny somebody from Russia a residency just because their dictator happens to be in power. So this is the policy we pursue, and I think we try to keep it as even-handed as possible. It's very hard for our Ukrainian colleagues, but many of them really understand that because they know and they feel that the change will come also from within the countries that are the problem. So here's just an example of like the names of those people in this conference, and you can watch as usual, you can watch the thing. Marita, you want to go back a bit to Perpetuum Mobile and ecologists at risk, maybe? So just to wrap it up, so just to see that our organization as a whole has developed over the years, and this is just a kind of small overview of the things we've been doing. Artists at Risk is the biggest thematic platform, but we've done Realigned. We showed you something from that. Pluriversity was something which included something called the European Commons Assembly, which we did in Brussels here, and was an attempt at creating kind of commons thinking around European identity. And you can see a few of the other ones, but Ecologists at Risk, I think, is the most significant new program that we're going to develop. Do you want to say a few words before we then wrap it up?
Yeah, sure. So I think it was already mentioned, but it's, as the name say, that Ecologists at Risk is a program for ecological defenders who are activists, who are, it's at high risk in many areas, including Europe at the moment, and basically the need is big, and we have noticed it in our work kind of clearly. So they also need safe spaces, but when it comes to ecologists at risk, it's often, it makes more sense to do relocations close to where they live. So that is something we are developing at the moment. And I think it's in our work generally that, for example, now Barcelona City is funding both artists at risk and ecologists at risk, so it's kind of integrated as part of our program. But we also hope that it's when we are going through new wars, new crises, we try to develop long-term cooperation with our partners and also with our Ukrainian colleagues. We have been talking about it, that we would like to support kind of establishing new hosting and residency kind of cooperation, that one day when the war is over, we can continue to cooperation, that maybe it's possible to host artists at risk, ecologists at risk in Ukraine, that basically it's, as we call the solidarity teams, we are dealing with solidarity, and it means that it's basically we have to show this solidarity in practice to each other, and that's really core of our work. And the other core element of our work is that whether you are artist or ecological defender, if you wish to continue your practice, then you are treated as an artist and you can continue practicing your profession. And that's what we emphasize also now for all these new hosting institutions who are joining and who are hosting peers from Ukraine, because as one of our first residents said, you can have two deaths. You can have a concrete death and you can have a professional death. As an artist, as an activist, as an ecological defender, if you are not plugged in to the context of your peers, and therefore going back to the beginning that we have this network model of working in the cities, that we try to have as wide network of peers as possible, that they can together to host people, that it's not relying on one residency, it's not relying on one institution, but everybody thinks collectively how we can provide professional support for this new colleague who is arriving to a new place. And that is the core idea in the work of artists at risk and ecologists at risk.
Thank you very much. Yeah, if there are any questions, we would be happy to answer any inquiries. I think everyone's... Oh yeah, there's something. Okay, so we start with right now with Ukrainian artists coming. We have a 3-month emergency grant, and we sometimes also have now, with a lot of donations coming in for this particular issue, sometimes can fund also even accommodation in places like Ukraine where they need to build them up. But we can renew the grant occasionally, so it can be continued. The follow-ups, we generally always work with alumni, so the first thing we do is before they even arrive, and this is the normal 26-city kind of network, and we're building, luckily many of the ones joining with Ukraine are going to stay, but what we do is we prepare for many months before they arrive, and we think about how they can continue after the 3 months or 6 months or 24 sometimes, if it's a really difficult case. So we help them apply for grants. They only stay legally, so we don't really advise asylum in any case. We're not involved in that. We don't really, we feel that they should be artists, they should be professionals, they can make their own living, they're very talented people. And so we help them do that, to survive on their own feet. Yeah, you have a question?
No, not really. Ivor and Marita, I would like to thank you for your valuable presentation. Thank you. And I should say that Ivor and Marita are going to be here with us also later in the evening, so you can reach out to them. Yep, great. Okay, and I don't know if you want to stretch for 2 minutes or we should go forward, what you think, because we're running late, as you already know, and we have the next keynote speakers here. Okay, no one wants to stretch, that's great. Okay, so I want to invite our two wow, we have you here. Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Nice to have you here. Thanks. You made it. Amazing. Okay, you can sit. Yep. So, apologies, but I don't remember the names. So it's Zan and Sarah, and you're going to present Floating University. Floating University. Am I allowed to say the word university? It was a great thing because they were using the word university for their project, and then they realized they're not allowed to, which was really weird for a project. And it's a detail for an amazing project that they will kind of present and describe. And also for us, in the sustainability context, is one of like the flagship projects that we know of around Europe. So, yeah.
Thank you so much for the invitation. That's Jan, and I'm Sarah, and actually you can see the floating already here, and we've been welcomed by something that we know very well, which is very nice. Today we wanted to just introduce you a little bit into this space that we're spending a lot of time at, and once we get our keynote going, we will just dive in.
So maybe you want to say why we're not allowed to be called university?
Ah, yeah, that's a good. The basin is full of paradoxes, and I think this is really the prime example of one of those paradoxes that we meet on site. So for one entire year, we were calling our project Floating University, and it started as an art project with temporary funding, and we had a building permit and everything under this name, Floating University. And then, due to some circumstances, the Berlin authorities they had some mix-ups, and they contacted within the offices, and then we got an email from one office that we had never had contact before prior to this moment, and they asked us for some kind of insurance papers, and they were like, but you're a university, so you have to have this. And we're like, no, we're an art project, we are just called university. And then all of a sudden this topic came up that you're not allowed to call your project university if you are not actually a university. And from then on, we started striking it through and tried to go with this, and it worked really well. And actually, until now, it's mostly the offices of Berlin who are calling us university without a strike-through, and everybody else is using the strike-through. So.
Yeah, and so actually there is a new name for the project. From now on, we call it more the floating, without university, when you say it out loud, because even also using a name that would be close to university in German or in another language would not be allowed. So it's it's a project which has a name which doesn't exist. Anyway, maybe we can jump in now in the basin already.
Yeah. We wanted to take you along the way of the water because our place where the floating university is located is a rainwater retention basin. So here you see an aerial footage of Berlin, and you see that huge big blob in the middle, exactly this. This is the former Tempelhof airport. It's an airport that hasn't been used as an airport since more than 10 years. And there's this huge airport building and huge amounts of sealed surfaces, like the runways and the area right in front of the building. And all the water that rains down on the sealed surface has to go somewhere. So when they installed the airport in the 30s, they also thought about where does this water go. And this water goes into the canal underneath the building, and then it goes into a tunnel, and we find darkness. And at the end of the tunnel, you enter here. So this is the exit of the tunnel where all the rainwater that gets collected on the airport gets brought to, and you can see that it's a huge inlet. And when you enter through the inlet, you enter into this oasis. So this is a picture from 2017. It's a huge 28,000 square meter size pond where the water rushes in and gets stored until the canalization can take it. And it gets stored there, and this is how it used to look like. So it's this man-made technical infrastructure that is still, even though the airport is not functioning anymore, this infrastructure is still functioning and also still necessary. And you can see that it's very green, and nature has kind of taken back this space. And this is aerial footage all the way from 1943, so you can see the development throughout the year. And what is really interesting to see is right when they stopped using the airport, so around 2008, 2009, 2010, you can see that changes happen. So here you have 2009, it's still very clean, and 2010, all of a sudden there's mud accumulating on the concrete basin. And then 2010, 2012, you see that there's green growing along the way, the direction of the water. There's greenery starting to form. So in 2014 already you see that the formerly just concrete basin now is starting a new ecosystem. And this is the place where in 2018 the architecture collective Raumlabor wanted to place its floating university. So this is 2018 when we kind of landed like a spaceship in this oasis and opened up the floating university.
And so we had one summer full of program, and I think we want to show with this picture that it's also got very dense at some point, which was allowed by the infrastructure that was built there, which made the space open to the public for the first time since it was built. So it was kind of also within Berlin a big moment, although even today it's not known from everybody. And so yeah, we had a pretty intense summer that we will talk about more later in a more programmatic view. But after this summer, we decided to go on with the project, although it was supposed to only last one summer. So now it's also the running gag of every summer will be the last summer, and it's been 4 years that we kind of expect that we have to leave, and eventually we always do in a way, but which makes everything quite precarious, where you always have to be on the go or ready to leave. Nevertheless, we decided to found an association. And this we did with people that were already engaged in the program in the first summer. And that's also where Sarah and I were already involved from the beginning. And then we kind of shifted the project organization, which takes also a lot of time and energy, into a non-hierarchical association, which is divided in different groups, taking care of different topics, which can go from spatial experiments to programmation or garden, relationships to the neighborhood, and so it kind of gets more varied, diverse every year. And then, So after this summer, we were funding our association, and then the site went into a phase of hibernation where not so much was happening. And then it's actually the time in winter where we started to prepare and apply for more funding and more possibility, more visions for the future. And this is the first winter, and eventually this is what happened each time, every year. It's a cycle that kind of repeats itself, so that's why we will display it in this way. So we were also planning with actors that are not always taken into account when it comes to designing spaces, such as kids or ourselves, association member, which had a quite precise view on the site and on its specific demands and needs. And eventually, winter came to an end, even though it's a long part of the year in Berlin. And now each spring finds there's one moment which is the construction time, where we also involve volunteers and people that are interested in building actions. And there we go on with building up the space and repairing pieces or infrastructures that need maintenance. And then it's a big moment of transformation for the site. As each year, the site is designed anew. And what I maybe didn't say is why we actually inbuilt it in the first place, because it looked so great on the pictures. It's actually because we have this building permit that's temporary, and we have to renew it each season. So we are allowed to stay for the summer month and the spring, about from April to October, and then end of October we're supposed to leave. And so we kind of take back the structures, or the most part of the structures, and we can only come back when springs come again. So more building stuff. Here, for example, we started also engaging with materials from the site, namely the reeds that are big actors for the ecosystem and for its protection. And this is, for example, building up a facade out of the reed itself. I have to say it's not reed that we collected from the basin because it's protected, so it's reed that we collected somewhere else, which is important because we're not allowed to touch the reed. And then there are also other building actions that engage with inflatable structures, which is it's something that we also experiment further every year, and also allows us to have this kind of light structures that we build up and build more easily than if it was only massive elements. And here, for example, it's the structure that is now standing at the basin, and these pictures have been taken 2 weeks ago when we built this roof anew, like we mounted it anew. And this is from the inside when it's inflated, and this is a detail. And then these also always bring moments of coming together with the people that engage with the building and with the spatial design, but every member of the association who wants to join, or from Berlin who is interested in such topics. And we also each year try to focus on some experiments that are either material-based, like I said with the reed, but can also, this was the first year where we engaged with the topic of water filtration. And this is a prototype how to filter water with phytoepuration here through a bathtub. And there were many bathtubs like this, and this was one of them. And this is something that we kind of learn with the time. Like every year our processes get a bit smoother and a bit more efficient, but there are always this moment of surprises that comes. And here, for example, this is one of our wooden structures. And then we realized that wherever the structures were anchored was a good spot for sediment to settle and to accumulate, which allows for the ecosystem to further develop. So we're actually actively taking part in the natural succession of the ecosystem. And here you can see young willow trees that start to grow, which, spoiler, is actually the sign that our lake ecosystem might turn into a humid forest if we leave it. Okay, now comes summer, so I told you it changes every year, it looks different, so here quickly a preview of how it looks. 2018, we looked at it already, then we built it, and then this is how 2019, how it looked like. The size might tell a bit about our funding situation that year. Then we had 2020, which was more of a calm time for everybody and less program open to the public, so we can focus on something else. Here, 2021 are the structures that are also the one that still stand today, and that you already see in some parts. And finally, we go back to fall, which is the time of deconstructing again and finding storage places. And also for us as an association, it's the moment where we usually lose the place where we meet and where we engage and the reason why we are an association. And it is the moment where the site is beautiful but very calm, and we spend a lot of time trying to organize otherwise. And this is a cycle that has been going on for 4 years now. Yeah, no.
Regarding what we actually do there, we have started in the beginning, in the first year, with 2 strands of program. We had the academic program and the open program. And the academic program was part of like many university collaborations, and we offered universities from all over Europe to come on site and spend an amount of time that they chose on site as part of their curriculum and execute their projects at Floating. And at the same time, we had this open week program where we programmed other festivals, lectures, concerts, very diverse, like a width of different program. And these 2 things were intertwined, and this is what we have been continuing in the last 4 years, that this open program and this academic program become more and more intertwined. We had in the first year, this is our opening poster, and you see kids, university students active on site. In the background you also see the structure that is here as well. And yeah, it was to open up the site, it was to program the site, and it was to bring people together to explore things and to experiment and to use this basin where you also have these unexpected moments of sometimes the rain comes and you can't do anything because you get flooded, to work with these unexpected moments and to be in a situation that you don't usually have in our cities that much anymore. Later on, in 2019 and also in 2021, the two members of our association, Gilly and Rosario, curated the Climate Care Festival, which was in 2 editions already now, where based also learning, like it was coming out of the learnings that we had from the site to combine this ecosystem on site with the ethics of care. So it was a 1 week or 10-day festival curated exactly around this, and also connecting us as an association very much to our space. One of the most successful programs at Floating, I would say, is the Kids University. They have actually been there throughout all the seasons in all kinds of weathers and have become the best experts of the site. And they've written a manifesto over the years, and this is one quote of it: "Nur hier kann man hier sein," which means only here you can be here. We also try to shift away from this institutionalized academic context, and instead of working only with the institutions via the professors and having this top-down approach to academia, we try to we started an open call and asked directly for self-organized student groups to pitch their projects and to give the space to them for whatever they want and need. So this is the newspaper that was a result out of this 18 groups of free radicals that came on site and did their project, and this is a conversation between these 18 groups about what they did on site, why, and how this site, influenced their work. Also, we have neighborhood weekends in every season where we invite initiatives from the neighborhood to curate the program. This is from the fall edition. But also we give the site for spontaneous programs that get brought to us from the outside. This could be also spontaneous things like reading circus. We also have this format Thirsty Thursdays, and tomorrow at Floating there will be Flinter Floating, which they approached us if they could organize this event at Floating, and we grant them the space and open the bar, and this will happen tomorrow if you're in Berlin. And another project that also really comes really right from the site is the project Water, Earth, Biodiversity Web, where we are analyzing the ecology of our site very much in detail in the aspects of the water, the earth, and the biodiversity. And this weekend there will be the first Open Soil Day, of an association curated program offered to the public.
And so all of this happens, and it's quite tumultuous over the summers always. It's a lot of work. And the thing is, the one thing that also always drive all this program is what is our future in this space? Is this sustainable, what we are doing? Is this, can we stay? Can we keep on experimenting? Or is there always like a end point where we actually have to leave? And in order to maybe introduce you to this problematic, which is something that is quite difficult to talk about within Berlin and also within the Floating Association, because it's a lot of politics of different interests within the cities, and still it's quite important to know how such a project, which has been awarded a few times, which has, I think, really the intention to give back to its neighborhood and to its local artists and local communities, why it is always this fight about staying or leaving. And here, for example, you see a map of our actors, our main actors. So we have Land Berlin, which is the owner of the land. It's also the city of Berlin then. Then we have Tempelhof. It's a company which administrates the infrastructures. Actually, they are in charge of the former Tempelhof airport buildings. And they are the people that take care, in a way, but mostly maintain the infrastructures. Then we have such offices like the Office for Nature Protection, which get mixed up, of course, because we're talking about a very important inner city wetland ecosystem. And finally, we have here the rainwater and wetland ecosystem on which we are based. Here, for example, this is the vision, or one possible vision of the city of Berlin, what could happen here, not here, in the basin. Kreuzberg braucht Sport und Wohnen. That means Kreuzberg, which is where we're situated in Berlin, needs sport facilities and more housing, which is something we actually agree with. I mean, sport facilities, I don't know if you remember on the bird view map, but there are plenty of sport fields nearby. Nevertheless, housing is a big, big question in Europe, but in Berlin also. So we don't oppose the fact of building more housing. It's maybe only the question how you build it and how it looks like. Then we have the maintenance company, which has quite brutal way to engage with the site, and under the pretext of actually cleaning it and making the water go through more easily, which actually has a very economical sense. It's very expensive to let the water flow directly from the basin within through the canal without filtering it. So they have to invest a lot of money in this, and so they want the water to go out as quickly as possible. And this induces moments where they kind of just tabula rasa, just clear everything. So all the soil, all the sediments, only a small part of the reed bed they are not allowed to touch, And that is how we come to the what we call the preservation paradox. It is that the office that I told you of nature preservation, which is involved and looks at the ecosystem and how it is sustaining itself or evolving, has stated that we are not allowed to walk in the reed. Fair enough, it is a habitat for many species, it has a rich biodiversity, so of course it should be protected. But then we as an association are now, since a few days, not even allowed to put a foot on the concrete flooring, which makes very little sense because this has no little part of any ecosystems at all. Whereas the maintenance company just comes every 3 months and just push everything away. So we are living into these two paradigms that we have to play with. And this is eventually what we would like to continue doing. And most importantly, let the site be open for the site, for the public. And on another scale, which interests us as well, is the natural succession of this ecosystem we're part of. And I told you that might even develop into a humid forest, and which is a very spontaneous ecosystem. And this is, I think, also a place that we have to note as a very important place of learning, because it is rare that ecosystems develop at such a rate, but it has also to do with the fact that these sites always live under extreme conditions of either drought or high amount, like a huge amount of water flowing in at one time, which makes it quite resilient. So it is used to being dry and being wet and being dry. And this all you can observe from within the basin, and it kind of bring all the scales of that are sometimes hard to comprehend when you talk about climate crisis. It kind of bring them down into one space, and I think only for this reason it should be a place where humans are also allowed to be, to keep on making this experience. And this is now our vision of the space. We are not completely against the fact that the space could change and that it could be, one day it could be housing, or that it could be completely transformed, that the infrastructure could disappear. But we really wish as an association to be part of the processes that are taking place there and the decisions that are going to be made as the association, but to speak in the name of the entire Berlin community that can engage with it, that could not engage it with this space anymore if it disappears. And this picture was taken a few weeks ago. I don't know when it rains. No, it's flooded, so it's maybe a bit older. But this is showing like the brutality of rain events on the space, where within 2-3 hours the water level rises so much that you can't see anything anymore. And that was the end.
Thank you very much for joining us in this amazing, inspiring presentation. As we are falling so back behind schedule, I would propose to get like a 5-minute break and then come back, and we'll have floating together with us in parallel session 2, hopefully, because they just arrived, they were traveling, they had a small adventure, as many of us. And so if we have questions, join us in parallel session 2. Yeah? Okay, see you in a tiny bit.
tools om corona te verzachten, maar ook in het post-corona-tijdperk aan een nieuwe wereld te bouwen. We laten zien dat makers en burgers en iedereen kan bijdragen en dat iedereen nuttig is en belangrijk is. Hallo, ik ben Anton Likkens en welkom in mijn open... Hallo, ik ben Anton Likkens en welkom in mijn open garage. We hebben een groot burgerinitiatief opgezet van duizenden mensen die allemaal de goesting hebben om de wereld te verbeteren. We zijn aan het werken om... Hallo. Mijn open garage. We hebben een groot verbeteren. We zijn aan het werken om tools om corona te verzachten, maar ook in het post-corona-tijdperk aan een nieuwe wereld te bouwen. We laten zien dat makers met initiatieven van bedrijven, met initiatieven van de overheid. We zijn de grootste burgerbeweging of de grootste hackathon die ooit in België plaatsgevonden heeft. Zomaar out of the blue, zonder dat we het verwacht hadden, terwijl dat we allemaal thuis zitten. Dat is onwaarschijnlijk. En we zijn niet alleen maar aan het brainstormen, we zijn ook aan het opleveren, we zijn producten aan het bouwen.
We spoke about the development of
exactly. We're back into that, I don't know.
Well, I did get started.
1, 2. From 2 to 1. One, two. One, two.
Hello, and good afternoon, and thank you for continuing here. I know everyone is quite tired. It's been a long day so far. The good thing, it's been really interesting so far as well, so that still keeps us going with some energy. This last program, we're going to do it a bit shorter, and the goal is to actually see how all these projects connect to this how creative communities respond to in times of urgency, and we're going to see that from different perspectives. We're going to start now with Lizzie, who's going to present us the project called Makerscope. So it's the reality of how makerspaces responded, not just to the COVID situation, but this is one of the most agile responses that we have seen in times of urgency so far, and he's going to tell us a little bit about that shortly. Then we're going to have Artists at Risk, which by now you have heard of, and we had the chance to have this insightful and interesting presentation. And finally, we're going to finish with Solomia, who's the executive director of the Ukrainian Institute, and going to talk a little bit about cultural diplomacy. He's going to tell us how the creative spaces actually responded to the crisis that they're dealing with right now. So now I'll just leave you with Lizzie. Thank you.
Switch over?
If you want to
Yeah.
stand,
Okay. Hello? Yeah. Okay. Fine. I'm going to start a little bit off topic to end on topic. Basically, I'm Lizzie, and I'm involved with the makerspace Bulb in Ghent, and when I tell people that I'm involved with a makerspace, I often get the question, what is a makerspace? Or people know a little bit about what a makerspace is, but don't know the full potential. And that's basically why I came up with this presentation on the importance of makerspaces, because the influences of makerspaces are quite significant, that I'm surprised that people don't know more about makerspaces than they do today. We've seen a rise in makerspaces in the last 10 to 15 years exponentially. And the question is why? Why do we see this now, and why didn't we see this earlier? And to answer that, we look at the origin of makerspaces. Making has always been a part of us since a long time. But it's the development of the last 30 years that made that makerspaces really flourished. Starting with the hackerspaces in Berlin, due to the development of personal computers, we were able to disassemble personal computers and disassemble electronics and start experimenting with this. And then we had the industry calling for us and saying, the educational system is lacking the potential that you give us. We still need to educate people that come out of education. Can you do something about it? And then STEM came about. And the development of the MIT Fab Labs were really important because the processes that were only available to the industry and to large corporations suddenly became available for people like us, designers, developers, and makers. You know, a 3D printer at the edge of your desk, and a laser cutting machine, and stuff like that. You know, all came in hand reach, which was not before. But then, you know, you have artisans and other creatives which say, like, fine, we believe in the philosophy, we want to get into this, you know, and it expanded. And from there, basically, makerspaces, you know, developed to incorporate any creative type of aspect. And I'm sure, you know, any type of creative aspect can be found in some place, in some makerspace around the world. But the common characteristics which we find in these makerspaces is it's always about an open space, about people socializing, collaborating, sharing information, knowledge, tools, facilities, materials. You know, they're making something tangible, three-dimensional, intuitive, and inventive. It's about learning, it's about experimenting, it's about, you know, evaluating stuff. Why do we see the rise now? And why didn't we see this earlier? Because, you know, we have been busy making for a long time. And for that, I want to take you back for a short time. And I want to put human history on the scale of 1 year. And then we start about 1 million to 2 million years back when we came to the Stone Age and we started to walk upright. And we've done quite a long time, we spent quite a long time, you know, gathering information, reproducing ourselves, building our homes, and it isn't until November 19 that we invented fire. And it will take up until December 29th that we would invent agriculture and that we would be able to gather more closely in villages and cities and providing our food. It would take up until December 31st before we invent science and we can deconstruct a certain process and reproduce it in an exact same way. And it will take until the last day to 11:05 before we invent mass production. And in the last minutes and in the last seconds of our human history of that calendar year, you know, we move incredibly fast. We move exponentially. We invent electricity, plumbing, you know, transportation, health coverage, well, at least in some countries. The internet, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, you know, we go exponentially fast. But with it, you know, we're creating a heap of problems for ourselves. We really got ourselves in trouble, you know, culturally, economically, ecologically. There are so many problems today that we need to face and we need to address because we are actually going so fast, depleting our resources and so on. And if we need to believe the world leaders and company leaders, we need to invest in innovation. You know, but what is innovation today? Where does it lie? And are we doing so well? Well, there is a partnership, 21st Century Skills, which investigated what we needed and their buildup of the big companies in the world. And they found out, you know, that we need to invest in 4 C's, and these are the skills that we need to address for the future, which is 1, communication. Being able to share information that we have. 2, collaboration, being able to work together efficiently. Do critical thinking and being able to analyze the different aspects of what we're doing. And above all, we need to be creative. Now, very well, these are very nice characteristics to acquire, but reality shows that we're actually not doing so good at that aspect. An investigator, George Land, investigated the creativity level, and 5-year-olds score amazingly good. 89%, you know, of 5-year-olds are creative geniuses, but by the time they're adults, you know, only 2% remain. So we succeed in losing 96% of our creative potential along the way, which is devastating, actually. And if we want to know why, we need to go and look and take a look at our brain. We have a left-sided and we have a right-sided part of the brain. In one part, we are convergent thinking. We make decisions. We evaluate things. And on the right side of the brain, we think divergently. We think in color. We think in emotions. We think in empathy, and so on. And we are creative. Now, our brain exists of about 100 billion neurons, all connected, through a network of axons. And the processes that we do often, the body thinks, okay, this is important, and it tries to restructure the brain. And it's actually creating myelin sheeting. And what does myelin sheeting do? Myelin sheeting actually makes that the connection and the information that is transmitted from one neuron to the other neuron actually travels 200 times faster. So it's a process that happens throughout our lives, from childhood through adulthood. But specifically, when we are growing up and when we come into puberty, it's a process that is excelled. During puberty, the brain totally remodels, and it prepares for adulthood, basically. And it looks at the processes that we do frequently, and around these processes and around these connections, it's going to start building a myelin sheet. And processes that we don't use very often, it is going to start to discard it. That's often why we call that period, the use or lose it period. So it is quite important. And if we look at our educational system and we see how we educate our children, you go into a classroom, primary classroom, and you raise your hand and you ask, who can sing, who can do something, all these hands go in the air and they say like, oh, me, me, me. You ask the same question in high school, and everybody sings behind their desk and say like, please, not me. I'm not going to make a fool of myself. And we find out, that our educational system is about stigmatizing failure. We ask our students a range of possibilities, but we expect that that answer that we consider correct and that we consider just. And we can always correct our children. As adults, we have 10, 20, 30, sometimes 50 years more experience than children. We can always correct them, and we can always say that it can do better. But we also know from experience and from studies, from medical studies, that if you don't allow time to experiment, and we ask the process of the left-sided brain together with the right-sided brain, that the brain is actually going to fight with each other, and that it becomes less productive, and that it becomes less efficient. So if we keep stigmatizing this failure process, and we do this constantly in our educational system, we still correct our exams with red, and definitely mark what is wrong instead of, for example, using green and marking what is right and saying like, fine, you made 4 points, a couple of points more, and you're going to have 6, 7 points. No, we say you have 4 points, you failed. So it is important to keep that in mind, and it explains a lot why this creativity is going down so drastically over our course and our education when we grow up. Now, when we look at makerspaces, and we evaluate the values that we promote in makerspaces. A group of people often open, social, and collaborative. We're talking about collaboration. We're talking about sharing information, knowledge, tools, facilities, materials. We're talking about communication. We're making tangible things. We're trying out things. We're inventive. We're talking about creativity. And we're learning, experimenting, and evaluating stuff. We're doing constantly critical thinking. These 4 C's that have been put forward about the skills of the 21st century, are embedded basically in the DNA of a makerspace. So makerspaces nowadays are more relevant than ever in educating and providing a space where people can develop and addressing that what our educational system actually fails to do. There are a lot of projects, and it's amazing actually in how much makerspaces are involved today. And I've made a short overview of the different aspects that we as a makerspace are involved with. One was indeed the Creative Flip project, which came up quite often during the presentations in the past here today, in which we were involved. Actually, indeed, the Fix and Mix project, where we deconstruct stuff and see if we can make something new with it or repair stuff. But we also organize boot camps for primary teachers on how to include make activities into their educational programs, going from machine learning to creative thinking to developing actual little projects that they can take into the classroom. We did a project a couple of years ago in 2017 with librarians and introduced librarians to make activities and how to incorporate make activities into their library structure. And two organizations have taken this further, FabLib and MakeBib, and right now, you know, there are make activities in over 50 libraries in the Flemish region. We're also educating one-to-one on students. This is a pre-course for the FabLab Academy, and that one makerspace, Ingenio, reached in less than 2 sessions over 4,000 individuals, organized over 500 open labs in 10 different makerspaces in collaboration with 10 different makerspaces. But also with community, we have an engagement. A person who wanted to do a trip around the world and made some specific bicycle storage facilities that was done at Bulb. The city of Ghent, who needed a on a 2 weeks notice basis, needed some benches for a square in the center of Ghent, which we developed and we made. But also, you know, responding to crisis. We have a makerspace in St. Lawrence who responds to the Ukrainian crisis right now. Basically, they developed a website on which they organized everything which is needed for the Ukrainian community that came to Belgium, from clothes to things that children need, and separated very nicely on boys and girls, men, women, the sizes that were needed for these specific people, you know, if there are household goods that were needed, and what specifically they would be needing in, if there were toys and stuff like that, it would all be gathered in the makerspace, and then on Friday afternoon, the community, the Ukrainian community, would actually come to the makerspace. They would be able to pick up these things, and moreover, you know, they could immediately personalize the items that they would come and pick up if they would not, you know, be to the requirements that they need. They could be able to use stitching machines or woodworking machines in order to customize exactly those items which we came and pick up. Another example of which I see the slide is missing was a person that complained a little bit online about her child that has ataxia, which is a neurodegenerative disease, and which needed a joystick, you know, a specialized joystick, which you could get from the Belgian government, but for which she had to bring in again her child into the hospital, get it tested, and she says, you know, how many times do I need to bring my child into the hospital just to get funding for a mouse? And a makerspace reacted on that and says, like, no, you know, we can build this. They 3D printed a mouse, used Arduino, reprogrammed it, and you know, gave that child on a very fast track, you know, a solution to her problem without her having to go back into the hospital again. The last example that I'm going to show is basically the response from the Belgian maker community to the COVID pandemic. it was quite astonishing, how that community grew in an enormous short time from the launch. It is basically a maker, Anthony Liekens, from a makerspace in Antwerp, who got the whole thing started and was the driving force behind this initiative. And I have a video which basically let him explain about 2 weeks, 3 weeks into the COVID pandemic about the situation and how they are responding and what they're doing. The response was actually so fast that even the Belgian government, the Belgian industry was basically left behind and weren't able to respond this fast and this agile to a coming problem, which shows, the potential of makerspaces and the power that makerspaces have and the interconnectivity that they have to respond to a problem sometimes much faster than a bureaucratic, organized or controlled organization. Sadly enough, the video is in Dutch, is in Flemish, but I've managed to create subtitles, so I hope you can follow along. I'm gonna just quickly shift over to another program. Am I on this? Hold on, no, because the subtitles on. I think I need to shut this down, don't I? Yeah, but it's not on the. It's not on the. Hold on. I need to shut down the PowerPoint. Yep. Yeah.
It's closed completely.
Yeah. Is it on? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Start.
Hallo, ik ben Anton Liekens en welkom in mijn open garage. We hebben een groot burgerinitiatief opgezet van duizenden mensen die allemaal de goesting hebben om de wereld te verbeteren. We zijn aan het werken om tools om corona te verzachten, maar ook in het post-corona-tijdperk aan een nieuwe wereld te bouwen. We laten zien dat makers en burgers en iedereen kan bijdragen en dat iedereen nuttig is en belangrijk is in tijden van nood, waar dat we ons nu wel in bevinden. Goed. Een kleine status van ons project. We zijn vandaag 24 maart. Dat wil zeggen dat we 12 dagen nu bezig zijn op extreme topsnelheid. We zijn gestart op donderdag 12 januari rond de middag ben ik gestart met Pieter met een videochat. Even checken of Jitsi zou kunnen werken om ouderen mee te laten werken. En we dachten, we gaan hier wat mensen bijhalen, want in tijden van corona kunnen wij van alles gaan bouwen. Laat ons er een dozijn nerds bijhalen en dan zien we wel wat er gebeurt. Dat had ik nooit natuurlijk niet verwacht, dat wij nu met bijna 1800 mensen in onze Slack-chatgroep zitten. Dat er ondertussen meer dan 10.000 burgers te landen betrokken zijn geworden en betrokken geraakt om bewust mee na te denken en mee te helpen hoe we corona kunnen verzachten. We hebben een groot netwerk opgebouwd met initiatieven van burgers, met initiatieven van bedrijven, met initiatieven van de overheid. We zijn de grootste burgerbeweging of de grootste hackathon die ooit in België plaatsgevonden heeft. Zomaar out of the blue, zonder dat we het verwacht hadden, terwijl dat we allemaal thuis zitten. Dat is onwaarschijnlijk. En we zijn niet alleen maar aan het brainstormen, we zijn ook aan het opleveren. We zijn producten aan het bouwen en producten aan het neerzetten. De eerste was praatbox.be, waarmee dat je op een eenvoudige manier kan videochatten met mensen die geïsoleerd zitten, oudere kinderen, weet ik wat, die eenvoudig eens een keer een babbeltje face-to-face mee wil doen. Maar daarna hebben we de nationale naaiactie gelanceerd, waarin dat we echt iedereen oproepen die een naaimachine heeft en een stukje katoen, om zelf zo'n mondmasker te maken. De mijne ligt hier klaar, uit een coole t-shirt gemaakt. We hebben ondertussen al tienduizenden mensen aan het naaien gezet. Ik denk dat we ondertussen misschien al meer dan 100.000 mondmaskers gemaakt hebben. We proberen nu ook te zoeken of dat we die maskers kunnen verdelen, op de juiste plek krijgen, of dat we daar logistiek voor kunnen opzetten. mits dat we natuurlijk niet te veel contact met de mensen hebben. En we zijn zachtjes aan het werken aan een gedistribueerde fabriek, waar we materialen hebben die bij naaisters moet geraken, en er hebben we mondmaskers die moet bij hulpverleners geraken. En dat gaat niet alleen zo zijn voor mondmaskers, maar we zijn aan het denken hoe dat we dat heel hard kunnen uitbreiden. Er zitten nog een paar dingen in de pipeline. We hebben nu patronen klaar voor schorten, veiligheidsschorten die genaaid kunnen worden. En waar er ook al productie van het opstarten is. Er zijn verschillende initiatieven met face shields. Er wordt heel hard gewerkt aan alternatieve logistieke modellen die we kunnen inzetten om in tijden van nood hulpmiddelen, boodschappen en weet ik wat allemaal rond te sturen. Er zijn heel veel projecten. We hebben gisteren eens de lijst opgemaakt en er zijn meer dan 30 ongoing projecten in alle verschillende vormen en maten. We werken eraan om er een overzichtje van te maken en dat gaat op coronadenktank.be. Gaat daar een overzicht komen van wat er allemaal op en running is en wat de status is van die veel verschillende projecten.
Waar zij nu volop op werken, zijn die gelaatsmaskers. Die heb je wel al gezien, denk ik, bij de ziekenhuizen, spoeddiensten enzovoort. Dat zijn mensen die in eigen tijd met eigen geld materiaal aankopen, ombrengen naar de apotheek.
Okay, Lizzie, thank you so much. Now we're going to maybe give this to Solomia from the Ukrainian Institute. She's going to tell us a little bit about
our story. I'll just sit, maybe just like that. I realize we are 2 hours behind our schedule, and you must be really tired, or at least willing to grab some food for dinner. So I will not be long. I heard you guys for the whole day today, and for me this is also an insightful thing to listen how many initiatives there are, and how creative hubs are actually uniting together to discuss what's going on. So I was thinking, okay, how can I make it like interesting for you to talk about cultural diplomacy, so like micro level that doesn't make sense really today. But I might add something to your discussion, and also to kind of to back what has been already said. So I'll speak about like micro level consequences of the war that we Ukrainians have to bear now, and how it actually worked within the cultural sphere. We work in the cultural diplomacy, meaning that we are kind of at the crossroads of the culture, whatever genre you talked about, but also on the crossroad with the international relations and the relations between the nations, regions. You talk about as dialogue, you talk about representation, whatever method you're talking about, it's always be the things that we are working on. And I want to share with you two ideas. One is how we changed and how we see the communication part of all that's happening, and how we embrace and which things. Another part is resilience of communities, and this would be an example, I would say, of our institution and our ecosystem of cultural institutions in Ukraine. So about the first thing, communication, that you, LaVallee, mentioned also as one of the 4 important skills for the 21st century. We are thinking now on the, in the 4th month into the war, we are absolutely soberly understanding that the war is something that makes you fatigue at some point when you do not live it through. And honestly, it makes you tired, even if you are inside the storm, of course. Sometimes you just need to sleep well, not to hear the alarms every single third hour of your life, and so on and so forth. But we also understand that being the cultural diplomacy people, we need to find the methods, the ways that would be able to communicate to others what is that war for us and what does it mean. So, and I wanted just to share my idea how art is important here. Sometimes when you speak, when you use the text tool, you understand that this is not enough. And I'll share you one example of my friend in Berlin who is originally Ukrainian, and unfortunately her husband, her former husband, has passed away. And her daughter shared this with her best friend in school and said, like, listen, I'm going to be out of school. I'm going to the funeral, by the way, to Belgium. And this beautiful 12-year-old best friend girl said, okay, yeah. And then a few minutes after, okay, have fun. Well, and my friend was just offended. How could she do that? I mean, like this 12-year-old lady, whatever she thinks about that. And then I question ourselves sitting together, like, listen, maybe this 12-year-old girl just does not know epistemologically what the funeral is, what the death is. She lives in, well-off community in Mitte Berlin. She enjoys life. She enjoys 4 generations of her family still alive. She never actually knew what funeral is, what is to actually lose a person, not to mention somebody really close to you. And my friend said, okay, I think about what you're now sharing. But it's actually made me think afterwards. We are now in Ukraine like the Ukrainian nation experiencing deep grief. This is depression, this is stress, this is everything you know from the psychological language. But what is also important, and this is not a contemporary word, I would say, not a 21st century word, this is a deep grief and mourning. Every single second of your life. And I shared today in the morning with our beautiful Rita that I call it Bucha effect. You know Bucha now, unfortunately you all know this suburb of Kyiv. I call it Bucha effect. Every single second that I look at you, that I speak to you, that I see beautiful Brussels or whatever I'm traveling in a plane, part of my brain stays at the funeral, as if it stays at the funeral. When my friends in Hamburg ask me, like, listen, just, have some wine, relax, just for a few seconds, have some fun with us, like, forget that there is the war in your country. This is, I think, the most friendly wish that my friend had to me. The only thing he does not understand that with this part of my brain, or this part, whatever it is, I'm standing at the funeral. And I will be standing there for many, many, I don't know, months, years, I don't know. Now, the strengths of creative communities, strengths of hubs, strengths of the networks that
we are actually now experiencing today is that these are the places where this grief will be reflected on, will be discussed, and this is how this grief will be at some point overcome. And I think this is a huge potential that you have besides the huge welcome that you provided to Ukrainians in March, April 2022. This is also to provide platforming for these discussions. Sometimes, and I forecast, not all of us understand that we need to talk. Some of us would like to keep silence for years. That's fine. Maybe silence would be an answer for some of us. At some point, some part of us will also speak. So this is what we understand, and this is what we all understand within our team of the Ukrainian Institute. Two things. Rational ratio does not always allow you to actually convey what's happening in this reality. So, and art, this is where art is entering. And the genre really does not define better or worse. We talked with Rita today, maybe text like writing is not the best way, but to be honest, if you are talented enough, maybe with your 4 lines of poem, you could convey something. You could convey it with the painting, with the performance. So this is something that we kind of really believe in within our team, and that's why we use this, like the art as a method also of a dialogue and of representation of what's going on with us. And also maybe, not maybe, but definitely the part of self-reflection. And the last thing that I wanted to share was this resilience of communities. At some point, on February 24th, our team that was based in Kyiv, we knew that our protocols just entered into the force, into validity, and there was the first rule for all our team members: your individual safety plan goes first. Whatever you analyze, I mean, you may live just next to where the bomb just fell. We don't know. We couldn't forecast it, months or even like weeks before the war. We couldn't understand, and honestly, nobody actually forecast this scenario of full-scale invasion where you would have all the territory of Ukraine bombed. The most probable scenarios, as you might remember, January, December, would be some part of war. Yes, a lot of people expected that, but nobody expected that you wouldn't have any single corner of the country where you would actually not have the war. So this was just like scenario D, E, F for us, but it came to the force. And we, at this point, we said to people, yes, your individual safety plans go first. And a lot of people, obviously, myself as well, went to the Western Ukraine, where you would expect less danger. There is danger, but still comparatively, as you know, the Western Ukraine is a little bit, fingers crossed, safer. And this is where an ecosystem of cultural institution goes. This is where you don't have to write emails, you don't have to wait for an approval of 1 week or 2. You just call and say, listen, we have 15 people of our Kyiv-based team in Lviv moving here just now. Would you share an office with us? Of course we will do. This was made by the Lviv Urban Center and the Gem Factory. They simply shared the space for us, which was like our home for almost 4 months. We are just this week now leaving mostly to Kyiv and moving back to the capital. This is something that is possible when you have horizontal networks, when you don't expect, chef or ministry or whatever it is to prove it. And this what really worked for us, and what is really specific or not specific, maybe you also have it, but this is really something that I'm really proud of, that we have it in Ukraine, that it does not depend on which sector of economy you work in. We are a public institution. We are financed by public funding, having a supervisory board, part of it administered by the ministry. But also, we are a part of the civil society network, a civil society organization that actually in Lviv hosted us, obviously without no formalities, without actually no long-term discussions, because we kind of made it for the last 8 years in Ukraine that if you have ecosystem, if you have this horizontal networks, whenever happens, your problem, maybe not fully, but also becomes a problem and a challenge of another part of the ecosystem. So this is something that I think we share as our experience with you as those who bears this potential of horizontal connections. Yeah, that was it. Thank you.
Wherever. I think the idea is just to be together. We're just going to bring the chairs here. Marita, you can just sit here. Huh? We can use just for the streaming. It's not for us, but maybe you can come closer if you want. Yes, you can. Or sit. Yes, exactly. Just sitting here, and it's going to be more like open discussion. Rounds. I think that's enough. Thank you. Where are my notes? Okay, so I need this. Okay. Roll. Good. Okay. So thank you, first of all, for such personal sharing in such a challenging moment that most of us don't imagine what it is to go through. So I think we had a little insight. So thank you for that. And I was actually for the whole day thinking about the connections, and then suddenly, at the end of the day, they come quite clear, like the connections between all the three projects in this. So the case of art as being a way to catalyze, like a catalyst for dealing with the feelings that you cannot really process usually. I think this is probably also something that a lot of the artists that apply for the artists at risk go through as well. So probably this is something that is very obvious in their artistic production, and how this is a way for them also to process their own emotions, and maybe even to make the communities feel more understood by actually watching this artistic processes, because they feel identified. Can you?
Okay. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, I think just to comment, it's just on this grief that's just really kind of familiar in our work. And many artists, they come from prosecuted artists, they come from the situation that they haven't been able to practice their art for many years. Many countries, if you look at Afghanistan now, it's kind of, you can't practice art. So it's basically you are somewhere in the safe houses, and basically then there are all the other levels of the conflicts. It is there as well. So it is often the best therapy for the artists when they kind of come out. We don't expect anything. I mean, we have no expectations. People can rest. they can breathe, but our experience is that artists at risk are often much more productive than any other artist, and therefore we emphasize always, and basically also we emphasize that the funders, that we need funds for productions, because artists who come from this kind of situation, often the best therapy is actually to do their art, do it alone or do it with fellow artists, and often kind of we offer them also therapy. Often they don't want to go to therapists because I have to say that in Western world there are not so many therapists they necessarily trust or who have this experience, that they process it through the art or they process it with their fellow artists who have gone through the same. It's often this peer support which is the best. People who came out from Egyptian revolution, for example, being tortured and so on. The best for them was to find a community of their fellow artists who have gone through the same thing. And then when it comes to kind of showing and kind of visibility, as you talk about, for example, now with Ukrainian fellow artists, it's kind of, we are right now collecting the stories, the artworks. We will launch a website. UNESCO gave us funding. There, of course, it's like immerse its wave of artistic, its creativity and productions which are coming out, but they are very different from theater performances of 1 hour of silence, for example. Then the audience comes and just sits silently with the actor. It's just the whole kind of, it's wide range of expressions, having like a intervenese biennial front of Russian pavilion or some, I mean, it's kind of, and we just try to facilitate or kind of ask the host to facilitate. I mean, it's not up to us how artists want to express it. As you say, everybody has a different way. But of course, I mean, that's what makes it visible. It's when Ukrainian artists are in Europe, that if we have resources to facilitate for them to make it visible with their sensibilities, I mean, that's often the best way to also show it to fellow citizens, politicians, you name it.
I don't know if you want to add something.
No, I think I fully agree with you. Yeah, it's and just from my side, I didn't come up to you after your presentation, but it was really insightful to hear, and really glad that you have this project. And we also spoke to Andrei how well that you also have this ecologist and risk project, because I come personally from civil society. I call it myself a Maidan veteran, and I remember when we analyzed like where actually the biggest corruption, the biggest like local democracy problems lies, like the biggest violation of rule of law, with the biggest impact to the world was actually ecology. And this is where really like when sometimes big boys could talk, unfortunately, and these people are really in risk, so just gladful for that you're really doing that for them as well.
I will go to another topic that's kind of connected in this like support network. One of the community engagement and the creative community in particular, I think they're like the places for innovation, for solidarity, for empathy, and I don't know. It's my reflection is that artists themselves and creatives themselves, like they expose their vulnerability. So I think they're also more prone to actually respond to vulnerable situations. This is obviously up to discussion, but it's my take on that. And this the way the communities engage with this situation, especially with supporting, as in your case, because artists at risk, as what I understood, is not just it's not just a hub that hosts, but it's a whole network of agents that actually support, and creates this network of like supporting team or these solidarity teams, as you mentioned. How do you engage with this communities, and what is the response from the communities to being active and supporting these people?
Okay, I think I'll try to break it down into a few questions or a few ideas. I think that, I mean, you mentioned something about this, you know, how artists or cultural workers are particularly sensitive, and I think that's really important because it does make, you know, it makes cultural workers different from ordinary people. You know, if you ask us why don't you support, you know, engineers at risk, or really, I mean, why not? Or plumbers, or woodworkers, or bricklayers, you know, we can do it. They can also start their own association. It's not a joke question, really, you know. But the difference is really that artists and cultural workers often are those that stick their neck out. You know, they're the ones that say, I feel the wind is blowing and I can tell where it's coming from, and I'm going to either, you know, go with it or fight against it, or I can smell the you know, coffee, whatever it is that they smell it more sensitively. And so they kind of, you know, go beyond the normal and finding that difference. And so often the residents we have are those that really are most at risk because they're willing to take that risk of doing something unusual, of sticking their neck out, of testing the boundaries. So this is why we work with artists and cultural workers, and that's why also even in ecological kind of framework, we're hoping to kind of innovate a little bit, or do, if you want to put it that way, have ecologists translate their work into a public realm. So we're fed up, to be honest, with the art world too, because it's always just doing metaphorical, sensitive, you know, showing everyone how bad it is somehow, right? You know, yes, it's bad. But then we want to actually take action, so we need to be in the field and work with the human rights defenders, the ecological defenders, right? But we want to create a two-way street, so that a two-way effect, so that ecologists can bring it to a wider public through a concert, through huge kind of audiences that you can reach through museums and all kinds of public events, and vice versa, that artists have to actually do something rather than just talk about it, reflect on it. So that might answer the second question a little bit.
I think it's more, go ahead.
I think a lot of our people here in the room read Susan Sontag on the pain of others. This text, and from all this long essay, what I like is this story about I think it was Bosnian and Ethiopian communities that in 90s both passed through the conflicts in their countries. And at some point, I believe it was London, when the art center, the gallery, decided to show both sides of both conflicts in one hall, in one room of the art gallery. And it was kind of also nice curator's decision. But when both communities came to art gallery, they were outrageous. Bosniaks were outrageous that somebody dared to compare their pain with some faraway Ethiopian pain, and Ethiopian community were outrageous because somebody did the same in regard to them. And I mean, Sontag shows that, I mean, the empathy is important skill in society, and individually and society, in terms of society. But what we also need to remember that maybe the first role was, is if a person feels safe enough, if a person feels unthreatened enough, and if she came over all, you know, pains inside, this is the moment when she or he will be ready for empathy. So what I would like us to, and myself also, kind of to warn against is empathy dictatorship. In a way, like, and I will share now not Susan Sontag, but my experience in Hamburg at the conference. I spoke about the genocidal famine, Holodomor of Stalin's on Ukrainians. I spoke about Bucha. It was just right after Bucha, and I was like, literally, it was Bucha on my face. And none of 3 Indian people in a room for the 8 days conference ever condemned a single step of Russian army in Ukraine. Not a single word of empathy, I kid you not. And it was at some point, like I say about Stalin, they say about, we had our Churchill and famine of 1942, right? I'm saying about some, this genocide. We had our, blah, blah, like, and I'm not an expert on Indian history and imperialism of Britain, unfortunately, but they always had their response. And I was so saddened, but at some moment I said, listen, this is the Sontag situation. They are just not ready. They have their own, reasons not to, including maybe, as we discussed, really, to be honest, we also discussed the racism in terms of Ukrainians in that regards. I mean, like, aren't you able to condemn the war crimes against Ukrainians because they are white people? This was a very, very heated discussion. But sometimes maybe the world will come to the point when we will discuss it as well. But I just, I stepped back, like internally in my soul, and I made peace to myself. That's fine that somebody does not show empathy. That's fine. So this is about empathy, and just also like, this is a very good method, this is a very good way epistemologically, but if it doesn't work, maybe it's just not time.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sorry. Following on this, your beautiful keynote, which was really strong and really is very amazingly important what are you doing and how you are doing it and for how long you are doing it. It's not only connected to Ukraine, it's connected to different all countries, etc. And from this perspective, I wanted to ask you now, preparing this kind of a supporting team project, do you have some kind of experience of some special instructions from the previous projects from different people who are coming from different parts of the world with the same situation, or situation can be different, but still. Do you have any kind of guidelines? Because all the time, of course, every situation is very different. Because all the people are different, and it doesn't matter the country, it's just a personal thing, and it's the artists who are definitely also feel the world maybe much more sensitive. So maybe you have some kind of idea of making it, or it's something out of the conception. It's the first part of question, so as we're doing like the 2-part questions. The second one also refers to what Salamia was saying. Actually, it's much more about the long years experience of what you were doing, helping artists, not just setting them like to the places where they then create, but them just sending, first of all, them to the safe place they can survive, first of all. But still, some of them during these residencies, programs, during this exhibition, so they're collecting some kind of very unique and very, again, sensitive material. I mean, like, it's a kind of a book or the catalog of the pain, which actually, like the art, has no nationality. Because it can be not like, I'm not empathing, I don't know, sorry, maybe it's wrong, emphasize this pain because it's from Bosnia, not from Ukraine, or from Afghanistan and it's not close to my country, or something like this. But, like the universal language in this kind of a catalog, which actually is documenting of course, some kind of war crimes and a lot of different things which are very ugly and which are happening. But from another side, it can be also the book of hope, and the book of mistakes that were made somehow, and the book of emotions that somehow can be collected. I'm not sure that second part was much more close to the question, but I hope to, I hope you will comment in some ways. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And I mean, I think the first comment was really the question was really important because it's trying to understand more how do we develop a type of protocol, perhaps, for dealing with such situations. And we are actually currently in a moment where we're doing this precisely to avoid what you're talking about, in a sense, the Sonntag moment, if you like, because we want to have a protocol for how to invite people onto stage and make sure that there's no misunderstandings, that somebody will kind of take the limelight or represent others' pain in a way that they shouldn't be doing, and also that they might be compromising their dignity by being on stage with somebody who's associated with a crime, right? So they don't want to, Ukrainians wouldn't want to be on stage with a Russian who's not anti-Putin, right? And so there's that kind of question, and we're working on that as a protocol, and we're also thinking of like ways of, is internal, and this is not a good question, but we have to answer it, is what is a dissident? There's no answer, but we have to ask the question, and we have to answer it on a case-by-case basis. But then there's this, what you were saying is the second question is the kind of, how do you create a picture of that's more universal? And I think this is really important, because it's a question of, the reason why the Indian community probably was so angry is like, well, but there was no Western moment of realization and mea culpa and it's all our fault, and look, we have statues of Churchill everywhere, and he committed what's basically a genocide in India, right? And it's still not in the public presence, so that's why the anger is there, because it never was recognized properly within the majority population of Europe. And so that's why the decolonialization of Europe is still an ongoing process. And we have to recognize, as Europeans, we have very few dark people with us today, that, the percentage of population that is from somewhere else is higher than the number of politicians and historians and so on writing those histories, right? We have to decolonialize our countries and our past. And this is very far from being done. I mean, look at the center of Europe in Berlin, in the capital, in the center of they built a Humboldt Forum with the bones of the people that they killed and brought there and put them in the museum in the center of Europe, in the capital of Europe, in a new fake Schloss that commemorates a super reactionary military kind of leader, the King of Prussia. Okay, so we're kind of, as Europe's not doing very well on that front. This anger is still there because it never was addressed. It's kind of, imagine if you had a Holocaust, like a true Holocaust, which was never really dealt with. That's colonialism. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's equal or better or more worse, it's just really, really big. Okay, so, but how do you create this thing? Well, that's a really good question. I think you can't put it all in one pot, and that makes people angry, but you have to do it again and again and again and again. And so that website we're trying to create is really a challenge.
Just to say how we have been kind of doing it, it's kind of one way. Is that we have something called Artists at Risk Pavilions, which is an exhibition format, not only with artists at risk, it's residents or alumni, but also artists who kind of are part of that community. And we have organized, I think, 6 of them also. It's next to the big kind of art world events like Documenta, Athens Biennial and so on. But it's really up to the artist what they create, that we don't say that you have to show genocide or you have to, it depends. Each artist is kind of dealing with their pain and situation in very different way, and I think that touches much more, that we have somebody who is a painter from Iraq and his paintings are very surrealistic. I mean, it's kind of really in the imagine, and sometimes that actually reaches out what is happening in much stronger way. And I think this is exactly when we talk about the language of art, as you said, that it's sometimes very difficult to write a text. But these people who use kind of art, the amazing textile artists, for example, also from Iraq, Kholoud Habash, who never had an art education, but it's wow, her works are extremely strong. And this is exactly this catalog of these works that we don't ask them to address anything, but they do address it. And then through these pavilions, actually often artists get to mainstream art institutions, like basically to biennials, to mainstream art institutions where they should be. It's basically because that's our aim, that they are there where kind of people go. I mean, of course, it's older levels, but they had to reestablish themselves. But that's kind of have been one of our catalogs, not the only one. I mean, we have other formats as well, but it's very important. And of course, it's always up to the artist if they want to exhibit together in these group exhibitions. It's their choice. We don't expect them to do anything, but most of them do want, and they relate to each other. But then again, it's not always that beautiful. We also have an ethical conduct in Artists at Risk, and we do have also its conflicts is based on religion, ethnicity, and so on. That it's not always that an artist at risk from one background shows solidarity to another one, because of course there are lots of tensions and conflicts and so on. So we have different kind of procedures also to deal with this is kind of reconciliation processes and so on. We have to do it within our own community, but we have procedures for that also we have developed over the years.
Well, thank you so much. We can do one last question. I think then we can also continue talking more in like smaller groups and joining the others outside. I think this will continue, but go on.
Yeah, so it's also a comment about the empathy question and about the artists from various conflict zones which can conflict together. So, but I may go a bit deeper in this scary place and ask you to comment. Thank you. So. Just several months ago, we were contacted by a guy from Berlin who is like a curator to do one artistic action in Berlin. We are still going at that, but that's another story. So he was showing one example of a super cool Berlin art museum or gallery, like the top-notch institution, and it's like, look, we can also, I don't know, share this action and go to this artist call. So I go to that museum and I see that they are having an open call for Ukrainian artists and Russian artists for a joint exhibition. And we were talking inside our team, like it was second month of war, like how do you relate to this open call? And we were thinking it's a kind of new possibility for artists compared to, for example, period of World War II, when you couldn't imagine someone during this time, for example, in late, like early 41st year, to, for example, exhibit a person from Berlin and Moscow in one place. Yeah, maybe that person from Berlin is a bit opposite to some policies, but still. So it's also about time, it's also about empathy, and it's also about, for example, your experience as an organization and all those procedures you talk about. Maybe it is possible also to share it and to consult other organizations like this super top-notch museum about the time when should it be done, when the it's called примирение, cancellation. reconciliation should happen. Yeah.
Okay, I might respond first, but I think it's really interesting also to hear the protocols of how you define dissidence. It's really a good question. So, reconciliation. Well, actually, I can imagine somebody from Berlin and Moscow having one exhibition. I can. Because we all remember Ribbentrop-Pact-Molotov. These are two totalitarian states. And we also maybe know, or maybe somebody knows, somebody doesn't know, that it's forbidden in Russia to compare the Soviet Union to fascist Nazis country now. Why is it forbidden? There are so many things, common features that you can compare to, and that's something that the scientists in Russia in 1990s actually did. Now people are forbidden in this super interesting country that we all have to have as a neighbor. And another thing just about reconciliation is just imagine a person, I am a person like that never cannot imagine a situation, vice versa. You want to speak about reconciliation when the only thing that she comes up in hearing Russian is raping, is death. I personally drove my car on March the 6th when I got confirmation from lawyers from one of the UN agencies confirming me personally, yes, there are already rapes in Kherson. We confirm it to you. I took my niece and I took my sister and I drove to Germany. And the only thing that I think for most of years in the future will think about somebody coming from Russian is how relative this person is to somebody who raped people in Ukraine. Maybe this is a cousin, maybe this is a friend, maybe she sat on the school table with him. I don't know, and I will never know, and I don't want it, but there is a huge probability on that. So my personal, and it's not the institutional protocol, we don't have this protocol, but my personal protocol is a Russian person, and I'm sorry to say it, is an origin of threat unless she or he proves the opposite. Full stop.
Okay, so we do have this protocol, so thank you for asking. So, and it is something that we're going to publish, and it will be shared. But it's very simple. It's not rocket science. We just need to ask people really in advance, make sure that they understand the biography of the person who's going to be on stage with them in the same project with them. Our first principle is no, we don't, in terms of residencies, we don't put Ukrainians and Russians in the same residency by definition. Russians must be oppositional, not only now, but before the war, right? And so that's very clear. Then, the question is, how do we really understand what it means to be oppositional? Well, we have ways of doing that, and we'll try to formalize it, but it's not something I think you can, it's like saying, what is it, how can you really tell somebody is deep down really wasn't a Nazi, and then you blame all Germans for being Nazis? It's difficult. I don't believe in collective responsibility. I believe in cultural features which allow certain kinds of crimes to be committed. And there are those, and those are exactly what we see now as a form of colonial history between Ukraine and Russia. And there's a deep feeling of that there's a whole history that has to be rewritten. But banning Pushkin or something sounds to me like a bad idea. We can go into that, I think, after this conversation. But look, about Russians and Ukrainians in the same... Look, some are married. Some are, they're Ukrainian, they grew up in Moscow, or were born in Kazakhstan due to the Soviet system, and then they grew up in Kiev, and they're more Ukrainian than others who were born in Kiev and grew up in Kazakhstan. Right, so they're just human beings. It's not that they were born with Russian genes. By the way, in Russian, there's a difference between ethnic Russian, and then Российский, which means you can be Tatar or anything else. Right? There's lots of. It's a multi-ethnic system there, or was before, actually the post-Soviet system, which made it more of a national system. Right. I think that we have to be careful about saying that somebody, look, you could be sitting at the table with somebody who has committed a war crime, and that's true, but then you could also be sitting at the table with somebody who has made their life to defend freedom and really fought against that. I understand it's the wrong time for this discussion for you. It's impossible, it's really hard, but it's for okay, if you can prove the opposite, that's good. Let me just write. I think we have to be very careful that we don't want to make people sit at the same table or be in the same project, but we also can't deny an Afghan artist a residency just because the Taliban is in power. We can't. It would be a crime for us not to say to that person. And the same goes for others. And so we have to be consistent in our ethics and know that we have to work with those people who are in opposition to the crimes that are being committed. Full stop.
Just very shortly, it's kind of, because we work with Iranian oppositional figures and so on, it's basically not to work with them because of the government. So we have risk assessment, which means that they have to provide evidence. We have regional specialists who are experienced, a network who is doing this risk assessment. And it's very clear that, in our case, for example, we have hosted Russian dissidents since the beginning. We work with Nadia Tolonikova and Masha when they were in prison and so on. So we can't either kind of change our position, as Ivor said, but we had to be very clear in also is kind of vetting the cases, because we always have false applications from everywhere. There are people who are not really dissidents who want to get to Europe from everywhere. It's kind of exactly. So it's we had a Libyan pop star, for example, who kind of claimed that he has a UN dossier about his kind of risk and so on and so forth. Our regional specialist is connected to UN, and he didn't have anything. So this is kind of part of our work. But of course, you need to have this kind of capability for empathy and sensitivity. But of course, as Ivor said, that we are hosting now in Finland a couple where the husband is a dissident from Petersburg and the wife is from Ukraine. They actually moved to Finland because in Latvia they kind of faced so much Russophobia, and they asked us to relocate them. And we have Ukrainians who have been in Moscow for kind of longer time, and they couldn't get jobs since Crimean War, for example. Has been difficult. But then again, when they come to Finland, it's fellow Ukrainians think that their accent is too Russian. It's basically, and they are treated badly by Ukrainian community. So you need to have this kind of sensitivity that we have somebody who doesn't feel welcome anywhere because he's Ukrainian, who happened to work in an oppositional theater in Moscow and was discriminated there and didn't get jobs. And now he arrived in Finland, and his fellow Ukrainian colleagues said in the center that he's not welcome. He was thrown out by security. So, it's not so black and white, but it's kind of, this is our work. We don't expect this kind of understanding from people who are going it through, but that's just what we experience, that it's not always so simplistic, and it's up to those people we host. As Ivor said, we don't host artists in the same place, but if they're in the same city, We inform, for example, Ukrainian artists that we have Belarusian dissidents or Russian dissidents coming to this event. Do you want to join? I have to say that it's kind of many places they do join, and they even start to organic manner. For example, Belarusian dissidents and Ukrainians, we see that they are already working together. It's not forced, but if they want to do it, it's their choice. It's not our choice. It's up to everybody, as you said. I mean, it's up to each individual to decide for themselves how they can process its sister situation.
Let's make it a quick one to wrap up. No, just go ahead, but we also...
Yes, actually, I wanted to ask and to comment a bit, but it will be also addressed to you as well. The first, I can't even imagine the amount of different organizations you are working with, dealing every time with each person, and I believe it's now already quite a big one. And but I believe that for the first time, and some of the cases you are doing by yourself, personally. In this way, it means that you are losing a lot of, like you did in Bulb. I believe, like you said, that you have the experience with working with some Ukrainian people, if I understood correctly. Yeah, as I understood, if I understood correctly, so you had also an experience to host some of the Ukrainian refugees after the war was started. Yeah, so my question was actually to both of you. So empathy is really that thing which takes a lot of energy. How much time do you need for renovation, and does it depend on something or something? Because, sometimes I know it hardly because of just communicating with my friends or my relatives in Ukraine, for instance. By the way, maybe you don't know, but among our not so big audience, it is, I counted 6 Ukrainians. Maybe it's a surprise, yeah, but maybe you already met most part of them. Actually, the same question I can address to our friends from Berlin who are taking care also from about Vicha Berlin, the volunteer organization. But it's all about empathy, how hard it's getting and how easy you're getting renovated to go on, because it's really very strong and important things that you are doing. Thank you for that.
Is it a question?
Actually, if you want to comment,
no.
I'm
just asking. I think maybe we can go.
We can answer shortly from
yes.
Yes.
I just want to add about the empathy and about everything which you have discussed. I will say that in Berlin we have experienced a lot of trying to put Ukrainian and Russian artists in the one seminar, panel discussion, residence, scholarship, lections, and so on. And it's huge challenge for us as well to communicate this and to tell why it's completely right now not in the right place. And by this we are going all the time in the transitional justice. We just started first with the truth. So when the truth declare what happened in Mariupol, in Kherson, like it was in Bucha, then the second point, it's we are going to the next step to the justice, when we are getting justice. The third point, it's the reparation. And the last stop, it should be some promise that it will never happen again. And when we are speaking with these two groups, the, the Tata,
the victims and the perpetrators and the victims.
Yes, when the perpetrators and the victims, when they going through these 4 steps, they can be equal with the equal voices. And another tricky point about this combination to put it together, it's the challenge which right now has the Ukraine and Russia completely different. And when we are stolen from them the voices to speak about their challenges, because the Russian right now need to defeat this imperialistic regime in their country. But Ukrainian need to survive the genocide and the erasing of the whole culture. And it's really not helpful when we are putting them together in some discussion, because it should be discussed properly when they have this tolerant point to the each voice and equal rights. Because how we know and how you also know that before 2014 and even before, like, and we can speak about the history a long time, it was all the time like kind of stolen the voices of the Ukrainians. And like basically before 24th February 2022, not all have understand what exactly Ukraine, even after 2014.
We actually feel, I mean, actually, of course, no beer in Belgium. It runs out. Okay. That'll be the day. Thanks a lot. I think it's important also for us to have this because we're not going to, unfortunately, be able to be here tomorrow. And it's really important for you to maybe have this discussion. No? So I don't know if that is, it's good that we're talking about it. And so it's important to us too, and so we want to make sure that you understand that. And so it's like, I think, you know, you're right. It's too, you know, I think Marita always tells the story about Yugoslavia and how, you know, especially the Germans, like, let's all hold hands and be friends, you know. It's like, no, they end up in fist fights, you know. They start really having physical. Yeah. Okay, you can tell the story. Maybe you should tell it yourself. But I think that what we have to think about now is also not just to say, okay, you know, I mean, again, collective responsibility is not possible. You have to understand. Here's somebody who has been spending their whole life fighting the regime and actually done something for it. And you're saying you're guilty of a crime that you haven't committed by definition. You can't do that, right? So if somebody actually, you know, unlike, you know, look, in every one of our countries, there's crimes being committed by people that represent or are part of our communities. So, look, I'm French. You know, there's French arms being sent to around the world, Iraq or something like this. I think it wasn't part of the Iraq war, but Afghanistan, where people are being killed. Algeria. Well, that was a long time ago, but I'm talking about now, that people are being killed with French arms, and I'm a French citizen. Am I responsible for that? Have I done something against it? Yes. You know, have I gone to demonstrations against American Pershings in Germany during the Cold War? Yes, my parents went into the demonstrations. Did you really do something in your country when your country was committing crimes? Were you part of the opposition to the oligarchy in Ukraine at this and that point? You know, there's lots of times when you have to think about what did you really do, and this is getting really difficult, I know. But it means that if you then take somebody else and you say, okay, did you really fight the Taliban in time? Did you really stand up and, you know, put your neck out? And they're like, yeah, I did. I was actually in prison. My brother was beaten up every other day, something like this. And then you're saying to the guy, like, well, I don't know, you have to prove to me that you're really anti-Taliban. That's also not so great for them to feel that, you know? So try to make sure that you do what you expect of others. And I try to do it, but I think we have to be honest with ourselves that our countries are not perfect. And we have to realize that these crimes are also being committed in our names. And just to expect some incredible moral standards of others and not of ourselves is a bit rich.
May I just say something very, very not popular right now, but you just spent about 15 minutes trying to explain that not all Russians are bad, and that took a whole lot of time, and I don't think that was really how to say adequate to the conversation, because as we know, the Russians were exposed to propaganda under various regimes, and as we know as well, according to statistics, 71% of Russians somehow supports the war. Maybe it's because of propaganda. We don't know.
It's also propaganda statistic.
Not sure.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I don't want to discuss. I know that we are somehow on the same side. I just want to make a little remark that we are never completely sure what is happening in the back of the head of those people, because they've been exposed to that for so long, and we are never feeling safe when we are next to them. Even if they're saying we are anti-war, we will be talking to them for 2 hours as friends, and then after 2 hours of this conversation, some little detail, or maybe not so little, will come up, and that will be something that came out of propaganda, and you will be like, how is it even possible after all the hundreds of years of what you did to us? You know, there will be something that they're not aware of. So that's why we are keeping our distance as much as we can till all those things are clarified. And we are not gonna talk and discuss why Russians right now need this, protection, because it just, like, it's,
I like to say something. It's very simple. Okay. No, I don't need it.
Okay.
But I think there is not a single mom in the world, in the entire world, that is giving birth to a child to be shot, to be destroyed by bombs, by tanks. Not a single word. Not in Afghanistan, not in Ethiopia, not in Germany, not in Russia, not in Ukraine, no place, not a single mom. And I think all people are good people until they are triggered by the government. And it's my opinion that not the Russians and not the Ukrainians are fighting against each other. They are two superpowers who are using the people of Ukraine. That's my opinion. And I think that people of Ukraine are the victims. I'm not telling it's good to Russia, no. But I think there are two superpowers who are greedy. And when people are triggered by greed, by power, by jealousy, by money, then they become evil.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I think so. I think maybe I think I just want to clarify from what I got in like my neutral position from from this. I think clearly, of course, this took a bit more time of clarification, but I think it's definitely we are on the same side with this. I think it's a very emotional moment. I think it's a very sensitive moment. So I think it triggers everything is very like in the surface of our skin, like especially of course in a situation that you're going through right now. So I think absolutely it was not about triggering anything in particular. I would just say if you want to wrap up with something to close, I think maybe it's a good time that we join outside, because I'm feeling bad that I've taken the time for such a long time from all of you, because I think we've been here the whole day.
I think we'll continue. I mean, this position is going to make it much more complicated to have a conclusion.
Yes.
Because
I
it's too
think
difficult to really
yes.
I will add just a small thing that first, we're not discussing politics actually here, because in this perspective, I think that it makes no sense, and it will be much more longer, much more louder if we will go on with this perspective.
We'll leave it to imagination.
Of course, I understand your position, because you have to be at the distance and to be neutral to make it fair. And this is what I really do respect. And it's really hard sometimes to take this position or that position, and you don't have to do it because of your the mission of others and tweets that you're taking for yourself. Speaking about the war crimes, or the war is a crime itself. But from another side, we can see it from different perspectives, because there is one country who is invading another country. Not coming back to politics, where now can just remind that much more of the things are going on in the media, especially in the 21st century. So, media also makes very hard not to react and not to take any position. So, I wish you to remain
could become moderator, actually. This almost happened, so Andrea is part of the team. I'm very happy you jumped in.
Stay objective,
So,
put it that way.
yes.
We're not neutral. I mean, I would just add to that, we're not neutral in the sense of like that we don't care or that we don't take sides. We take very clear sides. But we're objective about like where an ethical stance has to lie, and that we try to keep that very clear.
Yes. Thank you so much again. Thank you for the panel that... Sorry? No, me too. Like, I think this was, I don't want to say because we were not on the other rooms, but I think definitely, like, I will stick to this, and we had the most fruitful and actually, like, engaged, because actually I think we were the only group that was, like, collectively talking, and, no, definitely this was really inspiring for, well, for me, I think for all of us here. I really appreciated the time you took to come here and to share all your thoughts and your work, and all of you for contributing to this amazing conversation. People can connect also outside. There's also more people I'd like to connect with. There's beer. Okay. So now we deserve beer now.
So let's have some beer and talk about politics.
Exactly.